Look, absolutely not. I don't know what y'all talking about. No orange Phil. I don't know what y'all are talking about. Hey, Jin Yan. By the way, how do I start this? So, because I don't have to go into the office this week, I didn't. Every week I have to get my hair cut, or else this happens. And I almost forgot that I had a widow's peak. I like almost forgot that I had a widow's peak because I've never allowed my hair to grow. Like at least at least that fun. So I haven't been on camera or anything. So like this is like the first time I'm seeing myself really. Like I look in the mirror, but like whatever. Um I forgot how the widow's peak like will come down here. In Jamaica, well, I don't know if it's in Jamaica, but I was told that it meant something really. I mean, I can't explain it because it's kind of vulgar, but like the Google what widow speak, having a widow speak mean. So I'm not embarrassed by my widow speak. So first and foremost, you will not. Um, you will not. You're not about to sit here and drag me for it. It will not, you will never, you will most likely never see it again because I just literally forgot. I completely forgot that. I forgot that I didn't cut my hair. I forgot, like, look at that. Just no. Anywho, um, before we get into the mess, I wanted to show you a video that I saw that I thought was actually quite funny. And let me know who you're with. It's going to be a debate. Hey, Apiri, how are you? How are you, lovely? Look, y'all can be mad at me all you want. That poor little boy didn't do anything. That little boy did not do anything. Y'all sat there, the adult sat there and watched this little girl bite that little boy over and over and over. And every single time the boy is like, push, like, no, stop. They're like yelling at them. He he went he went and took up a chair. He went and took up a chair. Look, it is what it is. Now you're gonna have this man traumatized, joining the manosphere. Like, we're not about to do that. We're not about to do that. Leave that little boy alone. I can't find the widow peak thing in Google. Well, period. Then maybe it's folklore that my family told me to make me feel better about myself. Um, Maybe that's what happened. Grab your coffee, water, tea. Completely forgot my intro. Mm. By the way, let's get. So we had the women. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Your video, by the way, whenever I feel down, that video you made where you call me slender, I absolutely adore that video. And I promise you, every single time that I feel down or sad or overworked or whatever I feel, I watch that video. Yes, I watched the video about myself. And I really, really like that video. It makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. I can't thank you enough for that video. I think one point it was like privated, and I was really, really sad. Please don't ever private that video. Actually, I'm gonna download it right. I'm gonna download it right after this. Yep, that's what it means. that, 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 Ivy, that is what it means. That's what I was. Look, that's what I was told. Look, that Ah! Look, y'all can't talk to me. That's what I was told. So it is what it is. You found it. Are you Jamaican or did you find it? Because I thought it would be online, but apparently it's not. But a lot of Jamaicans know about this. So, period. Themis, it's my birthday. Happy birthday. Can you wish me a happy birthday? Yes. Happy birthday. Let me sing happy birthday for you in my Tony Braxton voice. Have Wait. All right, I'm done. Let me stop. Let me... All right, let me stop. Let me stop. All right. Do I do this before we get into the Yeah, I'm going to do this before we get into the video. So, wait. I just realized I left my tea. Let me grab my tea. 2 seconds. All right. Wait. Before we get into that, so there might be a fly coming around. I opened up all my windows because it was a beautiful day outside, and there was a fly that came in here. And so I ordered off spray to be delivered, and the delivery came at like 6, right? So I've been looking for the fly all day. I've been hearing the fly. As soon as the off spray came, the delivery guy brought it. I promise you, I heard nothing. Absolutely nothing. So I know I literally know what's going to happen. I'm going to be live, and then it's just going to start flying across. it's, gonna, it's going to be my luck that I can't find it. But as soon as I start, it's just going to start flying, zooming across, like playing Matrix with me. But it is what it is. I just want to let you know because I know for a fact it's going to happen. Say, Jarrell, welcome to the membership. I promise I know I messed up your name, so I apologize. All right. Yeah, like y'all not gonna convince me that this fly didn't hear when the delivery guy came with the off, because I'm sitting there working and I'm hearing the fly and I'm smiling because I just ordered the off spray, and I'm like smiling because I know what's about to happen and I'm about to kill this fly. And like I'm hearing it, like usually when I hear it I get really annoyed, but I'm not annoyed. I'm just like smile. I'm just smiling because I know I'm about to kill this fly. As soon as the delivery guy came, nothing, like dead silence, like nothing at all. So I'm pretty sure it's gonna show up at the most inappropriate time. Someone said like herpes. Someone said it's going to show up at the most inappropriate time, like herpes. Whenever you have a job interview, look, I don't have herpes, so I don't know. I probably shouldn't have put what I put in this. I should not have put that. I should not, because today we have serious things to deal with. All right. Wait, should I? No, let's do it. Let's continue with the mess. Well, not mess. So we did a live stream where women came up here and talked about their education, and it was so cathartic, so meaningful. I think it was such an amazing live stream. And I know that because of the comments I saw there and also the messages that I got. I got some of the sweetest, most sort of lovely, well, just use loveliest messages that I've ever received about a live stream. And that was just beautiful, so beautiful. So I'm going to do one, not today, but this Friday for the men. So the men can come up and get to brag about their accolades and what they have done and what they have accomplished. And so wait, and then I'm not look, look, look. Y'all are gonna love this platform. Thank you. Um, I we have Prince Petty in the house. He made it to janitor 2, I think. Thank you, wake up, and wait, wake up, makeup slay. I should not be. This is going to be a mess. I feel like this live stream is going to be a mess because what I'm attempting to do should not be done while I'm doing this. So I think the men rightfully were upset because the women were up here bragging about that which they've accomplished, their degrees, PhDs, masters, nurses, doctors, like all of that. And so the men, at least 2 men reached out to me, and I was like, you know what? These men, these men want to speak about their accomplishments too. And so, look, we're laughing now, but I'm opening up the panel on Friday for men to come up and for us to discuss their success, how they've built the community they've built, and all of that. So we're going to have a really, really good time Friday, just really kind of coming together and celebrating men and manhood and that. You, Waddle says, that was a great live theme. It inspired me to pursue dual master's degree. Thank you for the platform you provide and wonderful women. I appreciate that. I thank you so much. I'm glad it's inspiring. I need to actually be focused. Thank you so much, Waddles. It's going to be a 7-minute panel at most. Well, it's going to be as long as it needs to be or as short as it's going to be. Announcement for the pink pill, the pink pill course. We have the winners are Dahlia and Mango Woman. So Dahlia and Mango Woman, you guys are the winners. I will be emailing Pink Pill tonight. I just wanted to announce it first, and then I'll email it to Pink Pill with your email. I appreciate you guys so much for being here on that live stream. I appreciate the Pink Pill for sharing and being here. And so thank you. I appreciate that. And congratulations to Dahlia and Mango Woman. Thank you all. All right, let's get into this read. So I am on YouTube. Look forward to the men's forgetting to talk about themselves and complaining about why them women need to stop now. Well, look, let's see how they use their live stream to really engage with other people about what they're doing and how they are successful. All right. So I am on YouTube, sort of minding my own business, looking in everyone else's. And Cynthia G had a live stream, and she was reading this story about a man and his wife and his friend going overseas. And the husband bought first class ticket. Sorry, I don't know why I'm laughing. Actually, I do need to control this laughter right now. This is not okay. The man bought ticket for himself and his friend, a guy, first class, and then bought economy for his wife. And so I was like, absolutely not. This is not a story. I don't believe this is true. But then I got sent it by multiple people. So let us get into this story. let us get into this story because this has nothing to do with the live stream that I'm doing today, by the way. I thought this was a funny story ever. And yes, I said funny. I think it is a funny story. I'm so happy you're talking about that. Well, the funny thing is, I might not be talking about it. Welcome, Sinji, but I might not be talking about it. I might just be laughing about it because I don't know who's going to tell her. Like, I don't know who's going to tell her, but it won't be me. I am not going to be the one to tell her. I don't know who's going to tell her, but it's not going to be me. So let's get into this story. So she wrote, my husband and I haven't been on a trip out of the country for years. While he goes every year with his best friend. Sorry, man. Wait, let me come back on this screen. I'm sorry, we're gonna redo this. You're not gonna convince me this is not a made-up story. You're not gonna convince me this is not a made-up. I don't believe this happened. If this happened and that woman is actually out here looking for advice on what to do, I'm so sorry. I cannot. I can't. I can't. I cannot. While he goes every year with his friend, his reasons for going with him is because they both go to attend to attend sporting events. Period. This year, my husband told me I could go with him and his friend since they were visiting a new destination. Now come. Say she meant his boyfriend. She's a side chick in her man. And, all right, wait. I shouldn't be laughing. This is serious matter. Whew. This year, my husband told me I could go with him and his friend since they were visiting a new destination. He paid for my ticket and everything else since I'm a stay at home mom and have no job. The kids were left with my mom. All right, first and foremost, I know I'm gonna do it. The fact that you say he bought your ticket is already a problem. If you're a stay at home mom, his money, even if you're not, if you're married, his money is your money. He didn't buy you a ticket. He did not buy you a ticket. You and him bought a ticket. That's our money. Like the conception, this is also, I think, part of the problem. The conception that it is his money and you're just there being taken care of by him, and somehow that is separate from that which you own. I'm gonna need to see the prenup. Because if there's no prenup, it's not his money. This is community property. This is community property. It is our money from our bank account. So he didn't buy him and his friend. He didn't buy him and his friend. He didn't buy your ticket. You both bought all the tickets. It's all he used y'all's money, the community property, to buy himself and his friend first class ticket and then threw you in the back. Ah, my God, I can't. Oh, Uppity, I thought you were a member. Welcome, Uppity. Welcome to the membership, the little Jake. However, when I found out that he had booked first class for himself and his friend while I got economy, I just couldn't hold my tongue. wait. So the last straw for you was not him going every year to the same place with his friend and never bringing you, and then deciding to only bring you when they're going to a new place. That's not when you had an issue. You had an issue when you were in economy and they were in first. A period on your dime. However, when I found out that he had booked first class for himself and his friend while I got economy, I just couldn't hold my tongue. I confronted him about it, and he at first refused to discuss. Then, when the argument got heated, he yelled, quote, I paid for your ticket. Isn't that enough? No, you didn't pay for my ticket, sir. We paid for my ticket with our money. So, absolutely, I am pissed that you're using our money to buy a random stranger who you claim is your friend a ticket in first class and then putting me in economy. No, absolutely not. The divorce is impending. The divorce is, she is a black woman, so she signed a prenup agreeing to getting nothing. I hope not. I hope not. Um, Wait, I'm gonna open the panel in a minute. Cassie M, welcome to the membership. Thank you guys so much who are members. Wait, I confronted him about it, and he at first refused to discuss. Then, when the argument got heated, he yelled, I paid for your ticket. Isn't that enough? Welcome, Bentley Sinclair. Then kept on about how I could stop acting like I was royalty. And that if I come to think about it, even economy is fine for me since I technically don't work. Girl, I cried because of what he said, but I decided to just not go altogether. He changed his tone and started begging me to just go with what he planned, but I declined. I went to pick up the kids from my mom's house, and he came back 3 hours later, huffing and puffing about what happened. His friend, welcome, Chica. Thank you so much. His friend sent me a text calling me entitled and said this was the reason why he didn't want my to take me with them, and I just proved his point. So, yeah, your husband is talking about you and your marital issues with his friend who they go her husband said, what more do you want from me? Oh my god, I should have queued up that clip from Tyrese. I don't have it queued up and I'm not gonna go find it. I did not respond, but I blocked him since he's gotten increasingly rude over the past few months. See, the petty in me would not have blocked him. The petty in me would have fished for more information, like say things to make him angry and confess certain things. Like there would be names included. There'd be. I'd go to. Let me stop. Don't do that. It's illegal. That's not advice. Look, I can post it on my private Facebook. I'd put everything out there. I did not respond, but I blocked him since he's gotten increasingly rude over the past few months. He, my husband, said, I keep crying about being excluded, and this is what happens when he finally decided to include me. Now, you guys can discuss, because I'm not about to do it. You guys can discuss in the comment section what you think the right thing is and was for her to do. I've already come to my conclusion about what is going on in this situation. Sinji has already come to her conclusion about what is going on in the situation. And I don't understand why this lady is on the internet looking for advice. Like, the only thing I can think about is the fact that she might actually want to expose people, which is good. Look, at least it means that she's smart and she's not actually looking for advice. Because if you're looking for advice on this, I don't know what to tell you. Outside, like anything I'm going to tell you is going to make you sad. There's nothing I'm going to tell you that's going to make you happy. Sinji said she's the side piece quote in her relationship, and I mean the point at which you are getting thrown, it's like the audacity, right? You are getting thrown into economy on the same flight where your husband is in first class. Now, the thing is, do you think at the hotel where they're going, she had a separate room? Wait, do you think she had a like separate room and they're going to share a room because it's more? I hope she gets tested. And I do hope that she really like. I mean, there's really nothing to investigate. Like, even if nothing is going on, which if nothing is going on, that would be surprising. It is the utter disrespect and disregard for her, and I don't understand. Like, what? I hope she has a card. Like, I hope she has access to the finances, because absolutely not. You're booking first class for you and your friend. Like, if we all flying economy, then sure. But like, no, absolutely not. You don't get to do that. But I'm gonna stop because we haven't even started the actual video, and I'm about to start. Crystal, welcome to the membership. Mm. No, I just wanted to share that. Finchi did a breakdown on it. You guys can definitely go watch the breakdown on there, because I'm not about to sit here and break anything down. I'm just going to laugh, because absolutely not. I'm not wasting mental energy on
There's
that.
so many.
But in the same vein of whether these men are interested or if they should be over in the fruitcake gang, look, y'all are welcome in the fruitcake gang. I don't know why y'all think y'all are not, but you guys are welcome over here. Fruitcake gang gang. You can call her Gotti wife for tips because she is not Ashanti in the situation.
Men that don't like women, but they're sexually unattracted to men, and they have no choice but to deal with you. And they act like it, don't they? Like, these men don't like women for real. They don't bond with women. They don't emotionally connect with women. They prefer to be around men. They respect men. They get along with men. They see men as their equals. They do not view you as it. But the only reason they're with you is because they're not sexually attracted to the men. If it wasn't for sex or power, they wouldn't be with you. I need y'all to watch out for these men. Like, actually, like, inquire about whether this man actually like women. Not if you're heterosexual. My question to you is, do you actually like women?
Look, I'm not gonna say, look, should I do it? Yes, I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna say this person's name because it's the lowest frequency on YouTube that I've ever been on. But I was in the Discord. I can't really say whatever because confidentiality. But there was this YouTuber, and he's always very loud and aggressive and sort of mean spirited, just like quote unquote the performance of masculinity and all of that, right? He has dreads and stuff. And at one point during a live this week, I think, or last week, I don't remember, he said, men in the Black community look better than women. Men are more attractive, and we don't even have to try. And the way he was talking, I was very concerned. I was very concerned. I was like, something seemed off. Like, this is kind of fishy. Like, this is suspicious. You know, the Cardi B meme, like, this is weird. This is suspicious. I'm watching, and he's like aggressively arguing about how better he looks and how better his hair is than the Black women, and he doesn't have to wear makeup and he can go out bare face. Now, look, if you see, I don't know who told this man all that about himself, but period. A healthy dose of self esteem is good for you and what you believe. please do not say the person's name in the chat. Now I'm watching and I'm thinking, so y'all just gonna compete outright with these women. Like y'all are literally going to articulate that which was sort of implied. Like there is a kind of hatred, there is a kind of disregard, but the competition to be like more attractive than the women in your community. that part I'm assuming was implied, right? And so like I don't know why you would say it overtly like, oh, I'm a bad. I'm done. Look, it is what it is. Let's get into it. That was a long intro. That was a 30-minute intro. No, I have one more. No. I have one more. One more thing. I might as well. Since the video hasn't started, I just want to remind you that. Let's get into this foolishness.
We get bashed for not liking black girls. If we don't like black girls, what is wrong with that? Like, if we just don't find black girls attractive, right? We just look at the black girls like they at the bottom of the barrel for us, right? What is wrong with that? Us black dudes. A lot of us don't like black girls, right? The reason why dudes should pay for, pussy. All dudes. Okay, you take a girl out to eat, right? If she's a 7 or an 8, 9 times out of 10, you have to take her out to eat, bro. She's not gonna just pull up and just let you just, hit right away. So you might take her to BJ's or something, right? Now you go to BJ's, ribs, fries, Shirley Temples, Pazookies. That shit gonna add up to like, what, $70 she ordering? I'll get what he get. Then you gotta tip the waiter. You might spend damn near almost $100 damn near, right? She might not even let you hit on the first date. You gotta take her out on a date again. Then, on the second date, she might not let you hit. And then on the third date, right? You done spent already $200-300 already, right? And then she just cut you off. You say some stupid shit on a third date. She asks you, what's your type in girls? And then you tell her, oh, I don't like black girls. Oh, you don't like your own kind? Now you just fucked around and wasted $300 on this dumb bitch. Now you gotta go on a third date. She asks you, what's your type in girls? And then you tell her, oh, I don't like black girls.
What is your type? Not black girls. No. The question was, what is your type? Not black girls. No! No, what is your type? What is your type? What is your type? What is your type?
Shit, they're on a third date.
And this brings us directly into one of the big problems. It is just ignoring the question and saying what you want, right? Little Tommy walked into the store and saw 5 apples. On the exam, the professor asked, what did little Tommy see in the store? You're going to say he did not see any orange. He did not see any mango. So you're just completely disregarding the question. And so this is why some of us keep failing in school. Some of us keep failing over and over and over and over again because the logical reasoning skills, they aren't there. You can have your preferences. No one is attacking you for your preferences. That lady did not ask you what you did not like. They actually asked you what you liked, and your brain somehow figured instead of articulating that which you like, you will go back and say what you don't like, right? So we are going to do the process of elimination as opposed to just telling you what you like. And so now we get to the point where we are talking about logical reasoning. And that's what this video today is about. It's about logical reasoning, what I'm doing on this platform, and whether or not the conversation is too high level for certain people. So strap in and let's get into mess. All right. So we are going to use a conversation with Orange Pill that I had previously. And I'm not going to cut back and forth in terms of the conversation that I had with Orange Pill. Now, Orange Pill is here. Apparently, I saw his comment, right? And I always say, whenever I'm talking about someone, they have the absolute right to come on and defend themselves. So, Orange Pill, you're here. I see you commenting. I'm not about to have you sit up here and filibuster or anything like that. But to the extent you want to defend yourself, let me know before we even start. Put in the comment, Orange Pill, if you want to come up and defend yourself. Know that this is not the point where you get to go on long tangent. This is not it. This is a learning opportunity for everyone involved, right? And that learning opportunity includes you. So let me know if you want to come on. Look, you can say you want to come on now, and I will add you right away. No problem. If you say you do not want to come on, there is no point doing this stream where you get to come on. Like, it's either you're on from the beginning and to the end, or you're not on at all. It is what it is. Like, we have serious business to attend to. We're about to clean up some mess. All right. So, logical reasoning. When we are having conversation, and this is going to be about Black women owning homes, and why Orange Pill thought it was a good idea to come up here and say he would not date a woman with a home. Now, I am not going to attack this argument from the kind of community perspective in terms of building, which that might pop up later. I am going to talk about logical reasoning. What is a premise? What is a conclusion? What is an argument? And how and what we are testing. And so we are going to do a little bit of frameworking, building a theory, building a framework in the beginning. So if you guys want to go get your whatever you need, this is the boring part of the stream where I explain to you what logical reasoning is, how to use it, and how to adopt different kinds of questioning, and what it is that I'm doing on here when I engage with people. All right. Orange Bill said he will come up. Please listen and listen closely. This is not for anyone else. This link is only for Orange Pill. While I wait for Orange Pill to come up, let me slow down the chat because I don't know. I'm just going to stop saying I did not expect this many people to be in here, because at this point, I did not expect it, and I should have expected it. So it's on me. All right, now it's slowed down. All right, Orange Bill, you can come up now. All right, so let's get into a little bit of it. So a premise. The premise is the point that you're making. It's an argument that provides the reason or support for that which you're saying, for whatever conclusion you're putting forward. A conclusion is a statement or argument, the point that the writer or speaker is trying to make, right? The argument is just a discussion where people have differing opinions and we're attempting to convince each other of whatever we believe. What I'm testing here, whenever we come up and I'm trying to engage in a conversation, I'm literally trying to test your reasoning structure, that which you understand, that which you're trying to say. And I'm trying to see if you can understand reasoning structure. That is, how do you create an argument? How do you put aside an argument? How do you develop an argument? Or how do you even debunk an argument, right? That's what we are testing. For those of you who want to improve your logical reasoning skill, an LSAT prep book is a good place to start. And so many of them are super cheap. Yeah, and you can literally Google some LSAT prep for logical reasoning online. All right. Thank you, by the way, AE. All right, so here's where we're doing. On one hand, we have the premise. On the other, we have the conclusion. I'm going to attempt to simplify language as much as I can right now, right? So on one hand, we have support. On the other hand, we have the point. In a conversation, your conclusion is the point that you're attempting to make, right? This is what you want the people listening to understand. This is what you're trying to tell them. On the other hand, you have the support. This is the premise. This is the thing on which the conclusion or the point you're trying to make is reliant, right? The connection between the premise and the point, the premise and the conclusion, the point and the support, the connection between these two things, the relationship, this is what you call the argument. The argument from this perspective can be strong or weak, right? It can be a really valid argument or an invalid argument, a strong argument or a weak argument. We are again looking at the point you're trying to make and the supporting evidence you provide in making that point. That is it. That is simple. Now, is there a sort of inconsistency in the way that you're applying a point or applying the support for the point? Does it lack clarity? These are some of the issues that we're trying to figure out in conversation. It's not difficult. It might sound complicated while we're talking about it now, but it's absolutely not a difficult thing to do, particularly when you have thought about what you are saying before you say it. It is not wise. I don't know who needs to hear this. It is absolutely not wise to fight about something on live anything, a live stream, interwebs, anywhere on Beyonce's internet. It is not smart to first think about an idea, put it forward in the public domain, and come forward to try to speak about it and debate about it when you have not done deep thought about that which you're putting forward. As a sort of point of principle, take that with you wherever you go. Absolutely do not engage in conversations online about things that you have not thought about deeply or before. If you do so, at least make it clear to the audience that you have not yet thought about this and you're actually working through it as you speak. All right. So what is a valid conclusion as a general matter? A plus B equals C, right? So for me, when I'm talking about your reasoning ability, what I'm trying to figure out is why does A plus B equals whatever you put forward, right? Why the support given leads to the conclusion that you're trying to make. So some of the things that I will do, and I'm putting this up front, like I'm telling you because I am not trying to trick you. Hey, Orange Bill.
Hey, how you doing?
I am good. How are you?
I'm good.
All right. So when I'll let you know when we come in, and then we can comment on the video that we did. Right?
Sounds good.
All right. I'm putting you in the back and then add you in a minute. All right. I am not trying to trick you. I'm telling you up front what I am doing. So here is what I am doing, right? When I hear an argument being made, right, I'm thinking about flaw questions, right? I'm asking you, and I will ask the person to try to figure out if they can figure out without me telling them what the flaw is in whatever argument they're trying to make. The flaw in your argument is the gap, right? What is, when you think about the support and the point being made, the premise and the conclusion, when we think about the relationship between that which you're trying to posit and the information that you're giving to support that which you're trying to posit, does it make sense? And from your perspective, does that make sense? It's very easy to ask questions to people regarding their logical reasoning process when I figure out that they don't know how it doesn't make sense. Like, that's a got you moment. It's a very easy got you moment, a moment that I do not want, right? I will take it because sometimes it's funny, but in reality, I just want to be able to talk to you, right? Is the assumption that you are positing, right, is that a sufficient assumption? Is it a required assumption? What are the strengths and weaknesses in your arguments? Those are the questions that I'm asking. And fundamentally important, is principles, right? Why are principles important when we are talking? It is important because under a certain set of facts, applying a certain principle might make sense and your argument might logically follow. However, if we extract the principle and we add it to some other layer and another group of facts, would you have the same outcome? Would you have a similar outcome? And would you use a principle? Are you principle in applying the principles that you're applying in conversation? And that's part of the problem that I'm having. A lot of people get upset when you ask them hypothetical questions. Hypothetical questions are designed to test the principles in the way that you apply them. Are you a principled person? That is, are you willing to say, yes, in these circumstances, applying the principles I would have applied in the previous circumstances would have a previous circumstance, would have a differing outcome, but because I am a man of principle, I can very openly admit that I would still apply the principle even in a different situation where the outcome might not be as favorable to me or my argument because I'm sticking by my principle. I am arguing from a principled standpoint as opposed to the outcome that I want and working my way backwards. That is not a good faith conversation when you're working your way back. Does that make sense? All right, cool. I'm going to assume the answer to that is a yes. So what exactly is a stimulus, right? I'm probably going too quickly. Here is a stimulus. When I'm speaking and I open the panel up, I will listen to what you're saying. This, by the way, is why it's easier for me to speak to people that I disagree with than people that I agree with. Because when I disagree, I can already start activating the questions in my mind for clarity, for understanding. If I already agree, it means that I understand. Like, I can't agree with something I don't understand as a general matter. So I agree with what you're saying, meaning I understand it. If I don't agree or I don't understand, that's interesting to me because now I am activating, I'm organizing my thoughts, getting ready to question the speaker so I can gain clarity, right? And some of the things that I've seen on the panel when people come up that I agree, they're the flaws in what I've seen requires some kind of assumption that is underlined and not spoken about. There's a weakness in the kind of argumentation that is being made. There's a lack of principle. There's a paradox, or the assumption being made is not necessarily true, right? So we can think about arguments in two very different aspects: validity versus soundness. Is this valid? Is this a valid argument? Does A plus B equal C? Does the evidence prove the conclusion 100%? That is a very structured and formulaic way to approach reasoning. On the other hand, we have soundness. Soundness is, does the evidence prove the conclusion? Similar, right? But there's an added bonus. Is the evidence itself true, right? So we have a valid conclusion, a valid argument. The valid argument is simply, does the evidence prove the conclusion 100% of the time? Yes, that is valid. Soundness takes it a bit further. Not only does the evidence have to prove the conclusion, but the evidence provided is also needed to be true. Like, the evidence has to be true. This is why I always try to find out, where did you get that which you're positing? You're saying women getting an education is inconsistent with a relationship. You need to now provide the study for that, because you cannot just provide evidence if the evidence is not true. If it is true, then you could make the argument, but if it's not true, you don't get to just make that argument. And that's something that I keep asking for. Now, why might this be bad? Why might this be bad in terms of conversation? By the way, let me just say something. Has someone in here called Orange Peel Tang? It is important, and I really thought this through, and I'm trying to hurry through it because I know this is the boring part of the live stream, right? I know that, and I appreciate you guys for hanging in there with me to try and understand what I'm talking about. But it is important that I get through this because I think it is needed. Because a lot of people think I'm trying to trick them when they come up and engage in conversation, but the truth is they just have never been tested. Their ideas, their hypotheses, what they're doing has never been tested. And all I'm doing is trying to afford a space where that which you have brought forward is being tested, right? We're taking ideas that are being posited and we're moving them into sort of abstraction, right? Abstracting from reasoning to see how things actually work. By the way, I'm looking down here on my phone because I like to see it on my phone because it looks different than on StreamYard. And I can also see if you've been on for a couple of months, it shows it on the phone, but not on StreamYard. So that's why I'm looking down at the phone as opposed to the comments over here. All right. So what we're doing is, yes, we are slicing and dicing to see the mechanism for how the argument you're putting forward is working. Now, there are obvious inferences being made because it's natural in conversation. There are certain things that are assumed when we're speaking, there are inferences being made, and those inferences are done in a way that it's so quick that we don't even know that we're doing it, right? So let's do an example. Here's the evidence, right? And here's the conclusion. Let's do the penthouse have the best view. Conclusion, you should buy the penthouse. Actually, Orange Bill is back here. Orange Bill, can you hear me? You're muted.
Yeah,
Can
I'm
you
here.
hear
Can you
me?
hear me? Yeah, I can
All
hear
right,
you.
yeah. All right. So if I say the penthouse has the best view, you should buy the penthouse. What is the conclusion I'm drawing?
That the penthouse has the best view, and I should
No,
buy it.
no. What's the conclusion?
The conclusion is that I should buy the penthouse
What's the evidence?
through through you saying it's the best view from what you see yourself, I guess.
No, you're adding things. So the conclusion is that you should buy the penthouse. The evidence is that it has the best view.
I thought that's what I said about you saying
Now,
it had.
what
Okay.
is what is the assumption?
The assumption is that it has the best view.
No. That's the evidence.
The assumption is that
Wait, let me explain. Sorry. The assumption is the unstated thing here that we're relying on. Like this has to be real for the evidence and the conclusion to make sense.
so the assumption is that you're correct in regards to buying the house, that I should buy it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, so wait, sorry, let me break it down. So the evidence on one hand is the thing that is supporting the conclusion, right? The conclusion here is that you should buy the penthouse. The reason you should buy the penthouse, the evidence is that it has the best view. What is the assumption that is underlining this? For this to make any kind of sense, what is the conclusion? What is the assumption?
The assumption is that I'll enjoy the view. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair enough. Like that's a good enough sort of.
Yeah.
So you should buy the place with the best view. That's the assumption.
That I'll enjoy the view. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that the view is. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No.
Go ahead.
That the view is the primary factor in deciding what to buy, right? And so the conclusion that you are going to predicate, the conclusion that the penthouse need to be bought because the evidence provided is that the penthouse has the best view must be that you're looking to buy the thing with the best view, right? The assumption is that you should buy the place with the best view, or at least that a main factor in considering what to buy is the view that you get.
Right.
All right, good. So the issue with the arguments that I'm hearing as a general matter is Themis get a whiteboard. I wish I had a whiteboard that I could actually write on. All right. So some of the issues that I've seen in argumentation is a lot of it is out of scope, illogical, right? The reasoning doesn't make sense. So that's a problem with logic. Or a degree, like the connection between the conclusion and the premise is not strong, right? So there's a problem in terms of degree. So there's a scope issue, a logic issue, and then a degree issue. All right. So now that we have sort of defined argumentation in a very specific way, and we are figuring out what we're doing and why it's so important to really dig deep in what we're saying. Do you understand, first, before we get into, do you understand all of this that just happened? Like the kind of explanation that we just did? You were involved.
Yes, I do. I guess I'm getting the example that the buying the house with the best view in that regard. Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to play a part of the live stream
Okay.
that we did, and I'm going to explain why it was so problematic, and you get to defend, and then we get to have a full-fledged conversation instead of just me commenting, right? I give you the opportunity to talk and explain yourself as opposed to me dragging you.
Gotcha.
Don't say, just answer the question if you feel like answer it. If you think that it's inappropriate or you realize that you're down a road that you don't want to take, say, okay, look, I might not have thought this through. Maybe I need to go figure it out. But what you don't get to do is sit here and gaslight everyone listening and be passive aggressive. You don't get to do that. So unless you want to have the conversation, you don't want to have the conversation, we can decide not to. But what I'm hearing, and let me tell you my position, I think what you're saying is idiotic and it's coming from a place of pure ego. Now, I can be wrong about this, and that's what I am attempting to explore. Do you want to continue or we can end? I have another video we can watch.
Yeah, I would love to continue, actually.
Excuse
You
me.
know.
So you said you would love to continue. I don't know if you understood why I asked you that question, but I asked you because it felt like you were getting agitated by my questioning. You're muted.
Hello.
Yeah.
So the reason I was agitated because, as I said to you in the email, the opinion versus argument thing. So I was making an opinion by the definition, and then what happened was it kind of turned into that I was.
Wait. Sorry. I don't understand when you said you were making an opinion as opposed to you were making an argument. Can you make a distinction?
Yes. Okay. So by definition, this is how I explained it. It was more of a view or a judgment that I had made, not necessarily based on fact or knowledge, which is the definition of opinion. I didn't put any statistics out there. I didn't put anything about, well, more of this is that and that equals that. It's just more of how I felt. And it's pretty much like a preference. It wasn't nothing where I was trying to put as absolute truth. I didn't say all men had to do it. I spoke specifically for myself how I would operate. Now, if it was an argument, it would be more of me trying to persuade other people that this was the right or wrong thing to do for everybody. That's not what I was doing. So that's why I was getting frustrated. We were going down this road where I was trying to make arguments, kind of like we were started having an argument debate about something that was just my opinion,
All right.
and it was
Wait.
that
All right.
that's
All right. Moonstone, welcome. Thank you so much for joining the membership. All right. So I don't think it matters what we call it, because an argument can be described as a discussion that includes differing viewpoints. Do you understand that?
yeah, it can be, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So when you say you weren't prescribing this as the way men should engage, that doesn't matter for my investigation of what you've posited. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. So when you say it's your opinion, unless you're going to say, it's my opinion, I'm unwilling to investigate it, I'm unwilling to explain it, I'm unwilling to engage in anything regarding what I believe, then that's fine. But when you say, when I ask, can I interrogate? Can I understand this? Can I engage in what I consider to be meaningful discourse?
Yeah.
Then at that point, you have opened the door for me to investigate that which you believe. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand the investigating part.
All right. But then you were saying you were upset because I was trying to question essentially that which you've posited when you were not prescribing, you were just talking about yourself. Welcome, Kenny.
Yeah, yes. But what happened was, which I don't mind, because if somebody has a different view from me, I'm asking in regards to learn and to try to understand, even if, especially if it's not my opposing view. And you have your own way of doing things. So it was not what I was used to, really, where it's like, okay, you're trying to not even question the point, you're just trying to disprove what I'm trying to say. Where it's like, okay, now we're like, which I'm not trying to say whether I'm right, it should be right or wrong for anybody. And that's when we started doing the kind of the logical extremes a little bit.
Wait,
So
before we continue. Themis
okay, cool.
literally did the same with the women in military. No, I didn't. I told you that was my opinion. I'm not about to change it on live stream. So I'm not about to open myself to be interrogated about it. So in fact, what happened was I shut down a conversation. Now you can be mad about that all you want, but that's neither. I don't care about if you're mad. I don't know if that was clear, but I don't. All right. So the questioning portion of what I was doing to you is to understand whether or not the principle, I wanted to understand what your principled approach was. What was the principled position behind what you thought? And for me, it was you didn't have a principled stance, right? I said it was ego because when added to different facts, it felt like your ideas sort of fell apart, and instead of admitting that, you started lashing out at me.
Well, it was the fact that it's like you're adding facts, which I don't know what those facts were exactly. What were those facts? And
Yeah,
I'm really asking.
No, I'm adding facts. Those are called hypotheticals, right? And I am testing what it is that you are saying.
Okay, so there weren't any facts. I don't, because I get the hypotheticals and the possibilities, and I did not. It's not like I didn't know that if oh wait, you mean to tell me I can rent out the house, and that could be more money in my pocket, and then we can have another home and pay off that one. Like I didn't. I knew all that stuff already. It wasn't, but I still have my own opinion of what I would prefer. So
Yeah.
it's not like, well, we're trying to disprove you.
No, that you would prefer something is not the issue. I'm trying to get you to go deeper. And the question here is why, right? Like,
Mhm.
the question for me sometimes is, why won't I send women to war if I were creating a draft? Why would I allow men to be drafted but not allow women to be drafted? And the answer has something to do with the value of women's life versus the value of men's life, and population, sustaining a population, and whether or not that is even accurate, right? So it's about doing that sort of deep internal work to get to the point of where you're answering the question, well, yeah, I don't want a woman to own her own home before we are together. Why? And you said finances, right? It's a lot in terms of financial obligation, right? But if that is the reasoning you're giving for the conclusion you made,
Yeah.
that reasoning has to be true, right? Because again, we're talking about whether or not something is valid, right? If you put it up for question, or is it sound? It doesn't seem sound. It doesn't seem like a sound sort of reasoning from my perspective,
Hmm.
when having a home does not imply that you are not sort of financially irresponsible or responsible, right? It actually implies that you might be more responsible in a lot of people's minds, right? So when you think about, wait, is it about financial responsibility? Is this the principled underpinning why I believe that which I believe? Is that why? When tested, the answer, quite frankly, is no, right? Like the answer is definitely no, because you could find someone who is financially responsible who owns their home.
Yeah, that's true.
Please keep this live up. Carla, yeah, I think I will. I don't. Hopefully, nothing bad is said. Chi, welcome to the membership. So, do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand that part. Yeah. Now the obligation, it wasn't, it was financial obligation and financial risk as well. It's more of a making a risk assessment, and it's not necessarily based on the gender, like a woman owning a home. And I did say in my argument, it applies on both sides. I
I
feel
mean, it wouldn't
okay.
apply on both sides. It can apply on both sides unless you're bisexual.
No, no, that's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about like,
No, wait, no,
a,
no, 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 no. Wait, this is the problem, and I'm stopping you because I'm trying to narrow your focus. You cannot say, and I'm helping you. I promise I'm helping you. You cannot say you're speaking about your own sort of reality and what you prefer, and then say something in this argument just applies generally. Like, if you do so, know that you are no longer talking about you describing that which you like, but maybe it goes into you prescribing to other men and into other relationships. So I'm not telling you not to go forward. I'm telling you to be cautious that you
I see what
don't.
you're saying.
All right.
I see what you're saying. I got you.
All right.
So in regards to the woman owning the home, um, I think that the like I said, is the financial risk of it in regards to my own money, my resources, and for me in particular, because like I believe that a man should pay majority of bills in the house. So I would take that obligation if I were to choose a woman with a home. But I'm also looking at the house as a debt, a liability, not an asset yet, and all that stuff.
Wait,
That's how I
wait. So you see a house not as something that can provide equity. Do you see, how do you see an apartment?
an apartment. That's
Mhm.
it's not a just something to rent, something that's temporary for me.
All right. So I'm trying to get, because the reality is you could be paying the same for a house that you pay for an apartment. The
Yeah,
difference is there could be equity in the home, but you're viewing the home as a debt.
it is a debt. Is it not a debt when you're paying it off?
No, I mean, there's also an assumption there that the
Okay.
home is not fully paid for.
Okay, so what
No,
you said?
no,
I get what you're
pause.
saying.
No,
Okay.
pause. Take a breath and pause.
Hmm.
When you came up here, we talked about the penthouse, buy the penthouse because it has good views. And we talked about the assumption underlining that, right, to make it
Yeah.
true. Even to accept anything you're saying, there is an underlying assumption being made. So, is it the case that you're worried about it being a debt? Ignore the kind of debt it is. Are you upset it is a debt because the assumption there is that it is a debt as opposed to someone actually paid off for their own home, someone inherited a home? Like there's no sort of like articulation of a principled position.
Now the inherited home is different. That's different. It's the liability of the house that's not paid off, which is more likely than not.
Oh,
It's
here,
not like
wait. We're getting somewhere. So
okay,
we're forming an actual argument here. So
okay.
you don't want a woman with a home, but it's not just any home. If the woman owns a home and what? Add to that.
Well, to own the home and put in more context, that is paying down a debt of a home. The owning part kind of gets a little tricked up and thinking that it's all paid off when it's not. It's most likely not paid off. It's most likely a lot more owed on it than I would like to pay. And I didn't even get into if I even like the home myself. I,
That part is
okay.
not. I've not forgotten that, but let's
Okay.
hold on that. So, are you opposed to dating a woman with a debt generally?
I'm not opposed to that at all. My wife had debt.
Okay, so what specifically about a house that is we're going to call it a debt. The house is not the debt, but a collateral for the debt. The debt is what you borrow from the bank. But I think we generally understand. Hopefully, we generally understand this. Thank you, AE. But we're going to continue in this conversation as the house is the debt, just to make it sort of easy. But I do understand it. We are not going to ignore equity though. But what
Yeah.
is it about a house as a debt that is the problem for you?
Well, it's not if I'm going to invest in that in that big of a investment as far as paying off and potentially being an asset, but whilst paying off a enormous debt, I want to have input in what that is as well,
Okay,
rather than just
stop. So
okay.
is it the debt itself or that you weren't involved in deciding, in accumulating the debt?
It's both because it could
Wait,
be something. Go ahead.
all right, let's take it in part.
Okay.
Let's only focus on the debt. Why is the debt the problem? Because you would date someone with debt, but having
Yeah.
a home that is not paid off is where you draw the line. What is it about a house that is a debt that is a problem for you?
Well, it could be something that is not as affordable. Uh, it's not affordable
Wait,
for
no, no,
our living.
wait, sorry. Affordability can't be it either. Because again, this person had the home, and after the housing bubble, the debt has been listed as the debt mortgages has been listed historically as has become one of the safest forms of good debt. So when you I obviously prepared for this, but it
Yeah.
doesn't make sense that the the literal, like literally you're okay with debt, but mortgage, which is the safest form of debt, particularly with the new regulations in place after the housing bubble, this is like the safest form of good debt. um since your monthly payments are eventually build, like you're building equity, right? So it seems interesting to me that you draw the line at the debt that is probably the best debt to have, but you will
But
accept all the debt.
yeah, it's the accepting of it's the accepting of a debt that is not mine that will become mine, and how much it's going to be as well.
No, I'm stopping you and then we can step back. When you think about what you will accept, you're accepting, you said your wife had debt when you guys got married. So
Yes.
it's not that like it's not it. I'm not saying it's not, but it doesn't seem principled if you're saying I will accept her debt here, which I'm assuming here like you did not help her to make like get into that, but you won't accept this one over here. That is considered quote unquote good debt.
Yes, it would be something along the lines because my wife has like maybe like about $10,000 worth of debt, and I look at the house, which is about $300,000 plus of debt. That's how I look at the numbers.
Yeah, no, I'm not. So it's the amount, it's the degree of debt.
That's yeah, which I've said the amount and the payments and stuff like that, and that's something I didn't accumulate.
All right,
That is something I didn't invest.
and you feel it is your responsibility to pay for it, even though it's hers.
That would that because that yes, because that would be what I would live. That's what I would live by, or my money would help get her debt paid down some
All right,
kind of way. So that's what I
wait,
look
wait,
at
wait,
this.
wait. I'm wondering if he knows what economic system has participating in if he resides in the United States. Would he date someone with 100K in student loan? Um, you can answer that question quickly. Would you date someone with 100K in student loan debt?
No, I wouldn't do that.
All right. Exactly. Mortgage regulators under Dodd-Frank has made mortgage the safest and most. Yeah, I mean, anyone who is twerking in the chat, by the way, talking about housing bubble and they obviously don't understand the new laws and regulation and monitoring for particularly buying housing and making sure that people who buy can actually afford it as opposed to the ninja loan. I'm not about to get into this with these people in the comment section. I think there's a lot of resources online, and I've been intentionally ignoring one person twerking in the chat this entire time because it's just not, he's not interesting. Like from a conversational perspective, he's not interesting. He's just throwing out words. And I don't think reacting to him is going to be useful for this. Maybe for another live when he's like twerking, it'll make sense. But for this, absolutely not. He will allow her to throw money down the drain just to have control, but she cannot have equity or investment that will accrue in time for her stability. Yeah, I mean, MJ has a point which I'm building up to get to this. What type of houses are liabilities in Orange Pill's opinion? Um, when you think of house, when you think of houses as liabilities, can you explain that a little bit more? And juxtapose it with apartments, because it seems like you think apartments are best. Yeah, it seems like you think apartments are where it's at. So can you explain?
Well, okay, I'll start out with the apartment argument, or like I guess point. I believe like I believe for me the best thing for me was to have an apartment until I was able to join with somebody, even if I made enough money, so we could go into it together. We can go into it equally. We can find the home we want at the price range we want, the type of style we want, um, and we both have equal say in all decisions in getting the home, which
Wait,
worked
wait,
out
wait,
for me.
wait. This is kind of out of scope because I am going to get, I promise you, to the things you like or don't like in the home in deciding what home to buy. But like step back and from sort of a bird's eye view in terms of an asset and a liability. how are you defining sort of a home that you own as a liability, but sort of like treating the apartment, at least in the conversation, as an asset? Like, I don't understand how you would, like, there's nothing,
I
explain
didn't say
that.
the apartment was an asset. I didn't say the apartment was an asset.
All right, so the apartment is not an asset in your mind.
Yeah, I don't think it's like in my view. I don't think it's either. It's just a temporary place. At least it should
All
be
right, no, no, no.
of
So
living.
the apartment is not an asset. Is a home an asset
Yeah,
generally?
no, not generally. No, it's not.
Wait, how, explain that.
Well, it's not an asset until you basically either because it's got to be a difference because you can't really owe because if you can't really you have to get your house paid down to a certain amount and let's say you hypothetically wanted to sell it you want to get it paid down to a certain amount so you can get actually a good difference or a good profit off of it. So it's not like you get a home and like I don't like this home and you just got it, maybe had it for about a year and then you like let's sell it. You won't make any money. But
Someone wanted to know if you know what equity means, because I don't like the way you just answered that question. That's the only reason I'm asking you this.
about liability,
Equity.
um, equity, it's more of like I guess the value of the house itself. I'm still trying to get into this how like how housing works. Honestly, I'm not the best at it.
I think we might find the we are getting to sort of what the problem is then,
Okay.
because no, no, and because when you say,
I don't take any offense to this, by the way. I'm just
all right,
listening.
because when we, so if we think, let's step back from equity and let's get back to, I think asset and liabilities are easy concepts, right? So an asset is something that sort of provide future, specifically economic benefit, while a liability is an obligation. It's something you have to pay for. So a house can be viewed as an asset, right? But like obviously the mortgage is a liability, right? So most people who own home have a mortgage but also have equity building in the home. So over time I think it's very fair to categorize it as an asset. And it is, we know this as a sort of general matter because it is a thing that builds wealth, the best builder of wealth in our structure, in this weird system. So
Yeah.
when you are speaking about home ownership as a sort of de facto liability, it literally feels like it's disregarding economic principles about wealth building. So the reason why you won't win the argument about a woman having a home is a liability is because it's really not, in terms of, I mean, you can take out a second loan on mortgage on the home, sorry. And I don't advise this. There is ways to refinance, there's using your home as a collateral, there is, I mean, there's so much you can do with your home, including actually just renting it out in order
Yeah.
to gain more money, right? You can rent it in a way where you are not only paying the mortgage, but you're also having a profit from people renting your home. So the way in which you are categorizing the home as de facto a liability seems like it's not very imaginative. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I get what you're saying, especially about the renting thing. The renting thing, I don't know about that one. But like as far as that, like something that's a possibility. But definitely, obviously, liability, like the possibility is even though it's a debt you're paying down, it's still building up to an asset, is what you're basically saying.
All right.
Something like that.
So and this is a bit into property law, so I'm not going to go too far. So you understand, hopefully now, why from this kind of irresponsible financially for a woman to own a home, which is why I'm rejecting them, doesn't make sense. So we can move hopefully to the other part where you weren't a part of the decision making process. Why is it that you not being a part of the decision making process a problem for you?
Well, it's just not, like I said, I have no, it's a sense of a feeling of just kind of living somewhere where I had no real like idea of like it's going to be, if it's supposed to be my permanent home, just me how I'm thinking. Uh,
Um, sorry.
not really, not really like kind of coming into like a strange area, a strange home. I'm just kind of moving in, and it's not about me necessarily like, well, what am I supposed to do over here as the man in the house? Like it's more so just kind of like, it's just like it's not. I just have to fit in, and actually, in the case of my wife, where she moved into my apartment when we started dating more, she felt the same way on her end in regards to like, this is just not my own place. This is not. And then when we got our house together, she felt a lot more relaxed. And so we both kind of felt that same way when we got our home. So it was mutual in the same kind of concept. Not saying that applies for everybody. I'm just saying in regards to us.
All right. So I'm not going to rush to ego. When
I
you
know.
say it's a feeling, do you understand why I would then say that sounds like an ego problem? But wait, go ahead, answer.
Well, I can see how you say is it. That's why I was like, not to say that what I would say would dismiss you, just like say no, never mind. Like I knew, like I was like, as I'm saying that, I'm like, okay, he's gonna think the ego thing again, and I knew that this conversation when I put in that second part about not, having a say in it. That's what I'm saying, having a say in it, not having total control over the home itself. That's why we do things together. That's why I said,
But even
making
wait,
a
wait,
decision
wait, wait,
together.
wait. I'm going to ignore intentionally the total control. I'm going to ignore that for this conversation to move forward. Me not me. That sounds like actually a great idea. If you want, I am down. So yeah. It's an issue because he doesn't know how to establish value in himself. So a woman who already has a home would be a threat to his masculinity. All right, stop. Orange pill. I was gonna call you pink pill.
Oh boy.
Digest this a little, and
Okay.
can you admit that there is a part of this that is true? I wish this wasn't coming from Cynthia G, but it's coming from Cynthia G, and I already know there's already a lot of emotions behind it. So this is going to be tough, but I believe in you. Is there any part of the statement from Cynthia G that would be true, that feels true?
Um, let's see. It's an issue because he doesn't know how to establish value in himself. I don't know what she means by that. So a woman who already has a home would be a threat to his no, no, none of I don't consider a woman at home a threat. And I
Uh,
don't know the value part. I don't get that part. If you can
Well,
explain, I don't.
I'm at the last part. A woman who
Okay.
already has a home would be a threat to his masculinity.
No, I would not consider a woman that has a home a threat
Uh,
to my masculinity.
So earlier,
I,
when you talked about the discomfort, can you explore a little bit on what that discomfort is being in a woman's home? That being in a woman's home where she already bought it and you're like living there.
it's a home I can't identify with that I'm coming into, and it's not. I know it's a woman we're talking about, but I think what happens is the gender things almost kind of when we say a woman's home, it kind of makes this thing where like it's a trigger word for like, oh, it's because she's a woman. Like
All
no,
right.
it's yeah.
Why do you feel the need to explain that?
Because it's kind of coming across that even when we first had this conversation where you asked me specifically, like you have an issue with or so, like in a woman's home, like a woman's home. In reality, it's not because she's a woman, but I think that's what people are assuming. And then it gets to the ego thing, and then it gets to threatening his masculinity. I'm like, it's not nothing about her being a woman. It's not that.
All right,
That
I
that
will get
gender
back
has
to it.
nothing to do with it.
I'm a realtor, and I don't think he gets that a house will almost always build value because of the way the market increases. Please help him, Themas. Do you understand that statement just now?
Yeah, I mean, it could, it depends on what's going, like, it could, your value could increase, yes. I mean, as you pay the house off, I mean, it could,
All
you
right.
know,
So we are now
I
at
get,
the stage where you will have a discomfort with a woman with moving into a home because the woman bought the house without you being there. The person bought the house without you being there. You were explaining this, and I think we kind of got lost in it a little bit. Can you
okay,
explain again, as succinctly as possible, um, why this is an issue for you? Do not extend it to everyone else. It doesn't matter what everyone else think. Kind of think
okay.
about, why is it that a woman moving into someone else's home is an issue for you? Before you do that, before you speak, kind of think about that. Like, why would moving into someone's home because you didn't help them decide on the home be an issue? And I'm going to have question follow up on that, but I want you to think about it before you say. Didn't he say last time that he doesn't know where he would fit with a woman with a home? He doesn't know what she would need him for. Yeah, I mean, he did say that. And I think part of why I gave you the opportunity, Orange Bill, to react to Cynthia G's um, comment. Had you said, yeah, there is a little bit of that, but it's not the overriding thing, I would have thought, okay, he's very much willing to be good, operating in good faith. But remembering pieces of the last live stream, it's very difficult to say this is completely good faith. I'm willing to continue because I don't think I predicate any of my conversations on the willingness of the next person to admit something. If I do
Mhm.
that, I would be one of the worst attorneys ever. Ain't nobody gonna go on the stand and admit anything. So I'm not reliant on you admitting anything, but it does seem a bit disingenuous when you have made the articulation that you wouldn't have a place to fit in if she has her home, and what is the need for you. But you've said that. I won't ask you to react because I'm trying to get you to answer the previous question, which is, why is it that you felt you would need to be in the decision making process with the woman for her?
Well, okay, I would want to be involved in the decision making process of the home because it is a home that I'm going to be in most likely forever. It's the home. It's going to be the home I'm living with my wife. So these kind of decisions I've always grown myself that are made. They're made together. Not one person makes it and then makes their own decision for their own life, what they want to do, and then you come in there and you just kind of
So it's
join
because
in.
it's a home that you're going to live in, and you it's going to be forever. You should be a part of the decision making process. Is that your final answer?
Yes, and just yeah.
All right. So
Yes.
what if you guys aren't going to live in there? What if she's willing to sell it, and you guys can buy your home?
Now this is hypothetically if I were to be with a woman. Now I don't, because I
Wait,
don't want to do like
let's stop. Do not fight the hypo. Do not push back
I,
against the hypo. Wait. We're not critiquing the process, not after we went through the framework of what I am doing here. All right.
okay. I'm not
So
challenging the hypothetical. I'm just making sure as we go forward. Like this is me. I'm just trying to make sure we're going down the right road. This is me like hypothetically accepting that a woman has a home. We're just going to kind of have a hypothetical going forward. That's all I'm saying. I'm not questioning the hypothetical extremeness of it or anything like that.
all right.
That's all I'm saying.
Wait, let's sit back for a minute. Married couple
Okay.
buying home together is great and normal, but the discriminates women who already hit the milestone before his presence. Most men seem to base their manhood on the extent to which a woman is dependent on him. His issue is definitely not feeling needed as a man. I'm actually inclined to believe this, but I'm allowing you the opportunity to dispute it. So now, when we go back to this idea that she's willing to sell it, right? If
Okay.
she's because your objection is, I don't want to be, I don't want this to be an issue where I'm moving into and living into a space where I had no say so in the creation of the space, the buying of the space, what have you. But if she's willing to sell it, what say you?
If she's willing to sell it, which is a what if, uh,
Yeah, what if
that
she's willing to say it? It is a what if.
yeah, um, that would, I guess that would work in that in your scenario. It would be also things to take. Is she able to sell it? How much would she get to sell it? How much does it cost to get it, to get it sold? Things you have to get done for the house, fixtures, who's paying for all that stuff? How's that coming out?
Wait, what?
Realtors.
Wait, what? What are we doing? Let's keep it simple.
But
If she is willing to sell it, then you have no issue dating her.
I'm talking about the cost of everything. I mean, if we want to get down to like
No, no, no,
how
no,
it's
no. Wait. We've bypassed the cost. You've presented your reason for why you wouldn't you not wouldn't but well wouldn't date someone with a home, and it's because
Mhm.
you don't want to be in a place, you don't want to live with her in a place where you didn't get an input in buying the place that you guys are going to live. So if that is the argument being made, the assumption is that you guys are going to live in this thing, right? But that is a faulty assumption because you guys can sell it, rent it out, do whatever. So in the hypothetical I'm giving you, the house, while it belongs to her and she owns it, she agrees with you that you shouldn't have to live in the space that she bought without you, and maybe her ex was in there with her. So she's saying, you know what? I'm going to sell it. Let's do this together. I'm going to sell this and let's do this together, which is buy a new home together. What is the issue there?
Well, the issue is the cost of it, and then how much of the house did she actually pay off yet? How much
Like,
is she going to get back in it? I'm trying to have a more detailed. I'm giving you the reasons. I'm giving you the things, and I don't want to just keep saying, well, she could
let's
sell it.
say, I mean, equity is already buildings, but let's say it
Yeah,
broke
sure.
even. I mean, you say, yeah, it's true, but the fact that you think what you are saying to me is somehow useful in terms of your position doesn't make sense. But even to the extent that there was, let's say they can sell it and it breaks even. Do you understand why that, like, not do you understand? What say you?
Well, I mean, let's say it could sell it, brace even. Let's say it could sell it. Like, I mean, I guess if I
You
was going
said,
down
wait,
this
wait.
road, I would. Hello.
Yeah, you said you're not going to fight the hyper, but the key, I feel like you don't
It,
just
it
answer the question directly as it's asked.
it's like the hypotheticals. I think you don't want. Like, I'm trying to go into the reasons, even if you're hypotheticals, to give you reasons why it could be issues in this hypothetical with saying, like, the
Yeah,
cost of.
when you're saying there's issue with the hypothetical, that is you fighting the hypothetical.
Well, I'm trying to explain like the little bit of like just kind of saying, well, she could sell the home, you could break even. Those things are possible, but
And that's happening. That happened.
that
That's
does
the
happen. Yeah.
hypothetical. Wait, that is the hypothetical. That is it. If you think there's an issue with the hypothetical and you are trying to say, but it can be that she doesn't break even, that is fighting the hypo. I gave you a world in which she breaks even. it's more likely she would have made money from it. But let's say she breaks even in this hypothetical. What say you?
As far as still like kind of being with her, let's say she sold it and she was willing to do that. Um, I guess I wouldn't, in that case, I wouldn't really have an issue if she broke even. Uh, I mean, with going into a new home together with her,
Yeah. All right.
but
All right, wait. We'll get to it. I sold
okay.
a house in 2.5 years, made 150K. My ex told me, not anyone can save 150 in 3 years. They are always reducing our accomplishments. Now, look, all my friends have pretty much everyone I know is on their like about to be on their second home or like already figuring out rental properties and things like that. It's not lost on me that he's not pressed about contributing financially to buy a home he would live in. That it's not lost on me. Thank you. A woman who can buy her own home is showing that she doesn't need a man. If he can't afford the type of home she can, it is a direct blow to his manhood. I mean, to be fair, like honestly, I would feel like I would want to be able to provide a better life for my significant other than my significant other has. And maybe that is also animating some of what Orange, let me not speak for you, Orange Pill. Do you understand the ego bit and the manhood bit? That might be a problem that hopefully more men have. Not in a toxic way, but I mean, I guess it's toxic. I don't know.
Well, I remember when Cynthia was saying about like no man, I was regarding that to how men probably feel. Now, for me, it's the financial risk. I wasn't speaking for myself. It's not about me fitting in there as a man and all that stuff.
No, but that's the thing. You can't go in and out of talking about yourself. I keep redirecting you. You can't say that's how other men will feel. They might not know how they fit when you have already prefaced everything that you're saying by saying, I cannot attack you for prescribing it to other men because you don't care about other men. You were speaking specifically about yourself. So you don't get to sort of facilitate between that which you're talking about for yourself and that which you're talking about that is outside of yourself. It feels inauthentic when you are having the conversation in that way.
Well, when I was talking about the conversation I had before. I wasn't talking about anything now.
No,
When she
you
was
said no. You said when we started that in both this conversation and the one you were having that you were talking about yourself. Like you said this.
when she said that I said uh, I wanted to know how to fit in the home, and I'm saying in her statement that she said I said in the past conversation was I was pretending in that point, not anything today. I was pretending that to how men might feel in general in regards to moving with a home, not me.
Yeah,
I'm
and
not
I'm
pretending
saying
anything.
this jumping in and out of the individual versus others is it's tiring because I'm trying to refocus in a way that is specific to you and that is targeted in my questioning so that I don't mess up in talking about the community. But when you are doing this kind of going back and forth between yourself and other men, it's really difficult to do that. But and I mean I don't want to say it's intellectually dishonest. Why can't he just rent the place from her? What if she made money on it? What then? Well, so you were saying, I remember your answer. You were saying if she could sell it, then you would be down to date her.
Yes, but it's like one of the things like I'm as soon for me, as soon as I would find out you have a home, I would not even go any further in anything
All
like
right.
that. I wouldn't be like, well, hope you sell a home later. Like, no, I'm
Wait,
not
wait.
going down.
So, wait. As soon as you find out she has a home, it's a deal breaker. Do
Yes.
you
I'm not.
understand? No, this is good. Do you
Okay.
understand why that seems odd and it's illogical if the you won't date her if she has a home because your argument is I don't want to have to live in a home that I did not have an input in purchasing. You see how that doesn't really make sense, especially in a climate where people are very willing to move and change, sell their home, rent their home, all of that. Do you understand how that doesn't really make it doesn't logically follow? Now, you can say, I don't care about logic, but it doesn't.
So should I? So is there a choice between I pick a woman that has a home or I don't pick a woman that has a home? So it's like you can argue for the woman that has a home, or like I can pick a woman that doesn't have a home. So it's like, is
No,
there a right or
so
wrong
let
answer?
me be upfront. Let me be clear. When you were talking, what I sense is ego, right? I
Okay.
sense that the way in which you're deciding to engage in this conversation is to hide the fact that there is a feeling of maybe inferiority, in Cynthia G's word, an attack to your manhood. And I think that is there. You're unwilling to admit it exists. And so the ways in which you go about sort of explaining yourself, it's giving very much circular logic, right? And nothing that you're presenting, right, is being presented without like a very obvious flaw, right? So that you are not going to date a woman who has a home, right? Like we're now not talking about marriage. We're talking about just dating. You said the minute you find out she has a home, it's a non-starter. Explain that for me. I'm not trying to change your mind, by the way. I'm honestly investigating to fully understand what this is because I've actually never heard this. So
Yeah.
you're dating someone, you're in love with this person, you don't know, no one comes out and say, I have a home, like just as a general matter,
Yeah.
or whatever. What about that would turn you off?
Well, the way I'm pretty sure I'm going to find out somebody has a home longer than before I fall in love. I don't expect it to be. It to me. I look at a home that a woman owns or is paying down as a debt, and that me coming in with my income, I'm responsible for that debt primarily.
Wait,
That's how I.
would he sell his home if she asked so that they can purchase a home together? Would you sell your home to purchase a home together with a woman who doesn't want to move in?
Well, I wouldn't get a home without a woman.
Wait, wait. Hold up. So if you and your wife, God forbid, I hope this doesn't happen. If you and your wife get divorced after you buy your home, what happens then? If you do, and so you meet someone, you wouldn't sell your home.
Well, I was thinking about it pertaining to uh, being single and not a
No,
home with a divorce in there. So I mean, now you added that. I mean, that's different. I'm talking about fresh starting out.
wait,
Like
no, no, no,
mine
no,
is
no, 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 no. I'm gonna get to the fresh starting out. I want you to answer that question though. I didn't actually think this was an interesting question because I thought whatever, but apparently it is a really interesting question. So go ahead.
you said so. You said if I would, would I sell my home to move
Yeah.
in with a
So if you're with a woman
possibility?
and you have a home because you and your wife broke up, I hope that never happens. By the way, I don't like putting that into the world. But you and her got a divorce. You have a home now, and you're with someone. Would you think it is? Would you sell your home?
It depends on how they feel about the home.
No, they
Depends
feel
on how.
like you feel. They feel exactly like you feel. Like you should not, I should be in, for me to live in this home, I should have had an input.
Okay, and then we can go down that road. We can go down that road of uh finding out what kind of house you like, see how much
No,
of
no,
the
no,
house
no,
I
no,
got.
no, no. Nope, nope. Would you sell the house?
I would sell it. Depends on how much we're involved and stuff like that, and where we're going. I don't
Yeah,
want to just
no,
sell the
no, she's
house.
willing. No, 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 she's willing to marry you. You guys are the love of your life. She's willing to marry you. Would you sell the house?
I would sell the house.
All
Yes,
right. Why is it difficult for you to believe that she would sell the house? You just said it without a doubt that you would sell the house. So when I say hypothetically she's willing to sell the house, why did you fight that?
because first of all, the example you just made is the woman being interested in me, even though I have a home, and in my own reality,
No,
in
no, no,
my
no, no,
own.
no, no. When you were pushing back precisely for the fact that you said you were making up things. How do you know she's going to sell the home? How do you know? Well, now I know she's going to sell the home because you are willing to sell the home.
Yes, because
So
well,
why was that? Why did it seem such a huge feat to sell the home when you were willing to sell the home?
I don't. I know what I would do in a situation if a woman decided to date me, even though I had a home. It's all riding on the woman deciding to date me if I have a home. And and the other part, the other thing is that
No, 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 no. You're getting too far along. Like, do you understand why that is an issue? You are fighting me. You are pushing back on me when I say, okay, what if the woman is willing? They're not going to be like you were viscerally upset with the idea that the woman would be willing to sell the home and buy a home together. So why is it that you can easily conceptualize without much pushing that, yeah, I could sell a home and we can move in together and buy a new home? Why is it so easy for you to conceptualize that? But when I posited that she could be willing to sell the home too, and you guys move in together, that would be fine. Like you were unwilling to like even think about a reality like that.
because that's what I would do in that situation. I don't know what she would do. We don't
Yeah,
have
no,
the
no, but
woman.
so no, no, no. That's what I'm saying. The fact that you would do it should indicate that maybe other people would do it, but your unwillingness to accept that that's a potential reality seems odd. The reason
Well,
this
I
doesn't
didn't.
make sense, by the way, I'm seeing this very clearly. The reason it doesn't make sense to you right now is because you're hiding the truth. You're using what they're in debate. Well, let's not get him back into lecture. What you're doing is you're creating reasons that you don't actually believe in. Or maybe you believe in it, but you don't realize how unprincipled they are. And that's where the problem lies in terms of good faith conversation. I will let you sit with that and we'll come back to it. So he can't bring emotional, spiritual, intellectual support to a woman. He can only offer shelter. That's why these men are mad at Section 8. Y'all are dead wrong. Sonny's in the corner. The government stole their purpose. You can't afford Cinderella. You got to deal with prime. Just look. Here's the thing. Thank you, Sunny side. But this is actually part of the article about the men in today's society, where a woman can provide for themselves. The framework under which men and women operated, where men didn't have to be emotionally intelligent, they didn't have to connect on an intellectual level in conversation. There was not much effort that was required. You, as a woman, didn't have much rights. You had to depend on a man to give you your rights and give you meaning in that way. And so now there are skills that men have to learn. I'm going to play a video right now. There are skills that men now have to learn, and these skills are really taking them out of the home. Essentially, the skills are taking men out of the home because you now have to learn these skills. By the way, I'm doing you a favor by talking in that I'm moving away from something that because I don't want whatever. I don't want to hide this live stream, so I'm just gonna move on. What if she offered to put his name on the deed with that change his opinion? When we open the panel, you can come up and we can talk about this because I do think I am not willing to let go of his premise that it is because he did not have a say in the home. That's where I'm gonna keep it, because I made sure to ask if that was his final answer. Is he okay with her renting out the home and he has no involvement in the house, and take her to what he can afford? Let me play this video. Thank you, by the way. I call it Themis, bias against any woman who is functionally stable. He wants someone he can be superhero for, with a strong, strong fist. What if she bought her home with cash and there is no more? Well, we started. That's the thing that we started with, and he said, "Yeah, that's fine." So we added some caveats which were absent in the beginning, and hopefully we are on our way to making more progress. Thank you, B. Flipping an argument on itself, what does he think women should do when they meet a man with a home? No, well, I'm going to ask this. This is literally the follow-up question, because he can obviously conceptualize of him selling a home. I don't know if he said that in the heat of the argument, but if you can conceptualize being willing to give up your home to be in love, then surely you can conceptualize of a woman being willing to do that, particularly when we talk about socialization of men versus women, and the real realities of what people give up in order to pursue relationships. So I'm going to move on from there, because it's very obviously a problem in his argument. Like, it's very obviously a problem. If she sells a home, how much of her profit should go towards a new home? Can she keep her bag and y'all go 50-50? Period. Well, he want to provide for most of it, so that's what's gonna happen in this world. Ask him, would it be fair for women not to date any man who are renting, since he wouldn't get a home without a woman? No, wait, we're gonna get into this, because I did not miss that. But I want to play something. It's a short that I put on my channel, and it actually does a good job of explaining what is happening today in the dating market. Only played for her. She was like, I'm going in the library today, got my new glasses in, got my contacts in. I am ready to read the entire library of books. So let's get into it.
Fully come to terms with the fact that historically women needed men, because that's how the oppression structure was set up. We were hostages. We couldn't have credit cards, couldn't own property, couldn't vote, had no voice. Well, of course we partner up with a man, because we needed one so that we didn't starve to death, because men used force to keep us under their thumb. Now, fortunately, things have evolved, and guess what? We don't need men. So if it comes to being in a relationship, it's a matter of bringing something to the table. And if what you're bringing to the table is a toddler-like mentality, where you are running around, running amok, expecting a mommy and expecting some kind of subordinate, concubine kind of setup, no woman wants that. So of course you see so many men who are single because they've never realized that they need to actually be tolerable individuals. And as a result, they are single because nobody wants your ass. So of course.
So, I mean, we have real issues in the world today in terms of men dating women. The reality is, because women don't actually need a man. Like, a woman in today's society, let's be clear, a woman in today's society does not need a man at all, right? So a functioning adult as a woman does not need a man. I mean, the alternative should be true too, right? But when we think about, okay, but these relationships are going to exist, how are they going to exist if all you bring to the table is finances? That's going to be a problem. That's going to be a huge problem, because while there's a lot of women who admittedly want to be provided for, they don't need to be provided for. In fact, legally, specifically legally, they can work. They can now vote. They can do what a fully functioning human gets to do in their society. So now let's go back to Orange Pill. Now, do you understand? Well, I'm not going to ask if you understand the flaw in why you were pushing back so much and why that seemed to be an issue. Let's move on to you not wanting her, you are going to leave her as soon as you find out she has a home. As soon
Yeah,
as you find out she has a home, you are leaving. Why?
because I see it for me as a debt, a huge debt that I am going to have to
We
be
already
paying.
talked about this from a financial perspective, and the fact that it is a debt doesn't actually, that the mortgage is a debt isn't really a good argument. I don't feel like going back into the whole sort of mortgage, good debt, what is a good debt, why
Yeah.
this is actually building, why this is the safest form of good debt, and building equity. Like, I feel like if we do this, we're going to keep going in circles.
But
So,
you want me to come up with a different answer, and I'm telling you what my answer is. You want me to
no, no,
make
but
some?
I thought we already agreed that that doesn't make sense. Oh, are you
No,
saying it
you're
doesn't
saying
make,
it doesn't make sense. I'm not saying that.
wait, do you understand why it doesn't make sense? Do you understand why what a home is? Like, do you understand why? Wait, can you explain to me why home ownership is the best way to build wealth in America?
I understand. That's why I have a home now with my wife.
No, no, no,
We
no, no.
both
Do you
own a home.
understand? No, can you explain it?
Explain what?
Why home ownership is the best way to build wealth in America?
Well, you can pass it down. You can keep the home in the family, especially once it's paid off. And you just kind of, and then the value of the house can rise as well, depending on where you're at. And you can build it and keep, like I said, once you sell it back to the banks or whatever, they just have the house now, and so you got to start. It just basically goes back to them. So it's basically good to keep that in your family.
Do you track the US Census data on wealth building and accumulation in the US? No, you don't have to. This is a very obscure thing to do. Do you track that at all?
No, I don't actually. I do not.
So I think it was 60% of so the equity in terms of retirement accounts combined make it up around 60% of typical household wealth, right?
Oh, wow.
And when we think about the net worth, more than 80 times the greater median of that. So the wealth of a person who owns a home is like 80 times greater than that of the sort of median renters. We're talking about in the middle. So I
Mhm.
don't, the reason I keep saying let's not go back to that, it's not because you're like, I'm literally confused as to like why you would stick to the debt argument so vehemently when even in your own estimation you would buy the home. So like if you thought it was like, oh my god, it's such a huge debt, you wouldn't engage in like purchasing home. He's saying that because he's considering the fact that she will have a home that he cannot afford. This is about his ego and manhood. Like I I believe this so fundamentally, and you're not giving me anything to work with. Like I'm literally trying to figure out why, how
Well,
this could possibly be anything outside of your ego. So when you say it is debt, is it debt that you don't want?
it's debt I don't want. It's if I'm going to
Wait,
make.
pause. But it's debt that you now have. You've intentionally decided to engage in this debt. You've bought your home with your wife.
Okay, I thought you were talking in regards to somebody else. Yes, it's a debt I got with my wife that we made the decision together. We made the financial decision together, and we're starting out together. It has
So,
nothing to
yeah.
do with.
So it's not that the debt you don't want. What is it that you don't want? Because you literally got the debt now. So what is it that you don't want? It's not the debt because you went out and got it.
It's the debt that I did not. It's the debt that I did not um, willingly participate in. It's that I didn't make a decision on. It's the, and I don't know what, and hypothetically, I don't know what that amount is that she might be paying if I were to be with
Sure,
a woman that.
so that's what I'm asking you. You keep saying it's the debt that I don't want. It obviously isn't the debt that you don't want because you went out and got it, right? It's the debt that you weren't involved in. Why is that a problem? That you weren't involved in the debt?
Would you want to be involved in a debt that you weren't in? Why would you want a debt that's not yours? I wouldn't want a debt that's not mine.
But you don't have to take it on.
I don't have to take on the debt. Are
You
you
don't have to
serious?
take on her debt.
You okay? If I were to say, "Hey, I'm coming in with my $85,000 plus a year, and I don't have to pay any debt because our name's not on anything," that relationship is going to last long. How?
Wait, when I say you don't have to take on the debt, I mean she can rent out the home or sell it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, you didn't. You just added that part. I didn't hear you say that part.
Yeah, no, I mean, you could. I thought you could be imaginative in how it was possible that you don't have to take on the debt. I didn't think I would have to explain to you how. I mean, that's one of them where you don't actually pay anything, but there are many ways in which you don't have to take on the debt.
Well, you have to find renters. You have to make sure you've been in the place for over a year to get the renters. You have to still keep up the place. You
No,
have to
I
make sure
renovate my
they're doing their
place.
part.
No, 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 no.
There's a lot of what
I
ifs and
feel like
stuff to this. Like
no,
you want
it's not. I rent out my place. I was living. Oh my god, it is very easy. I literally put it on Facebook and
yeah.
rented it out. Like literally in less than a week. I
It's
Ownership.
but why?
Wait, let me pause. Let me pause and do a public service announcement. I'm not saying run out here and go just buy homes randomly. I'm saying if you can invest, not right now, the housing market, the interest rate is way too high. Absolutely not. But as a general matter, when you can own a home, don't let people tell you not to own it. This is not even in the context of a relationship. Like when we're talking about building wealth and actually being responsible, if you can, and you can find tenants easily, I would say do background checks. I know people like it's discriminatory, everyone does it, I'm going to do it, so it is what it is. It is important that you're investing in yourself and the future you. It like, so you're thinking about you now and you're thinking about you in the future, but you're also thinking about your family and what happens to them if something should happen to you, and leaving them something that they can use to make money, use to live in if they need to. I think it is super important that we are owning as opposed to renting. I think that is important. Now we can debate back and forth if you want, not on this live stream, but I have to cut this short. Not, I have to interrupt this conversation to say, in my personal life, I think it is important that we're owning things. I think that it's important that we have passive income to the extent that we can. And don't let, I'm going to always say this, so this is why I don't give relationship advice. Don't let a relationship stop you from making money and living your best life and owning things. Please don't do that. Now, Orange Bill, go ahead. Wait, before you go, this is why we don't have generational wealth or how it works. Ideally, we'd have property passed to us. You are threatened with home equity that you could use to build, but instead it's struggle of for ego. Now y'all dragging. I don't believe that he has a wife or a home. All right.
Okay. Right. Right.
You didn't have to drag him. Yeah, his wife came on here. Well, I don't know. A lady came on here and said she's not about to
A
answer.
lady.
A lady look. A lady came on here and said she was not about to answer any of my questions because I came out too strong. I don't know why, but she. Financial baby step. I can't see it. It's possible that it's outside of his ego because he said he is okay with an inherited home. It's the debt that scares him, and that's fear. Nope, because
Somebody agree.
uh
She said somebody said an inherited thing. They said it's fair.
no, someone was trying to give you an out.
I know you wasn't gonna give me that.
No, because I asked you about it being paid off. I asked you about it being willing to sell, and if he's looking at the house as a debt, it's likely because he wouldn't be able to afford the mortgage. Period.
Why does it always go? But why is that the thing where I don't want it because I can't afford it? Why?
Now you're getting mad. This is
No, I'm not. I'm just amused. That's all. I'm
period.
not mad about anything.
This is the conversation about the absent dad all over again. He understands, but still return to his original talking point. I see you, Sincere Bill. No, don't do Orange Bill. Is he just like Sincere? I don't know. I feel like Sincere was just unwilling to even. I don't know. It feels very similar though. Curry up and eat. I see what you. I see. Drop the link. I want to explain equity to him. Not I want to explain equity to him. Wait, no more super. Wait, it's a lot. I am getting a bit. This is getting a bit strange in that, like, I feel like I keep having to explain. I think I missed like a super chat. Someone said, if Orange Bill had a daughter, would he tell her not to purchase a home, forego her investment to marry a man that doesn't want her to have a home? Yeah, actually, this was from the Black Ram. Would you tell your daughter to wait to get a home until she's married?
Yes, I would.
You would tell your daughter to wait until she's married to get a home.
Yes, I would. It's a
Why?
huge financial
concerned.
decision. For my daughter, it's a very huge financial decision, and I would want to be concerned about how much is she making? Can she afford the home?
No,
Is she?
wait. So those are different. You said no before you even found out how much she's making.
Well, I'm elaborating why I would say no. I'm not trying to
All
come up
right,
with
what
what I
if
want to
she's
say now.
making enough money? What if she's making a lot of money?
How much is that? How much is that?
Wait, she's making a lot of money.
A lot. Well, she's making a lot of money. Okay.
She's making, I don't know, $400,000 a year.
$400,000, really? You had to go that leap?
What do you mean that leap? What do you mean?
You went. What if she's making $400,000 a year? What is the percentage on that? Like, really? I'm not saying my daughter can't, but you had to make that giant leap to $400,000.
Hey, you think $400,000?
Like it's 40,000. Like, not that she was gonna be making that, but like you had to go to $400,000.
Wait, that's such.
Is that what's like really like $400,000? Did you have to go that amount? Why did you have to go so high up where
Wait,
there's
that's so
barely
high.
anybody up there? What's the probability of my daughter making $400,000?
I hope really high.
Is it high for anybody, really? What is the percentage of people that make
No,
over
I do know the
$400,000?
percentage. I do know the median income in the Black community. I understand that. But when I
No, for anybody, not Black people.
Okay, why are we fighting this? Like, I'm literally concerned because, like, I'm giving your daughter $400,000 a year because I thought if she's like a doctor, surgeon, or maybe a third-year attorney in a corporate law firm, that seems like all right. If she's making $100,000.
That's still okay.
Wait,
Hey,
that's not too high. Wait, oh man,
dude.
how much is your daughter gonna make, Orange Bill? Tell me how much your daughter is gonna make.
Well,
How
it
about
depends
that?
on
You tell
what
me.
age. What age is the door? What age is my daughter? Where you're saying all this? What age is she? How
We
old is
don't
she?
care. She's
You
not
don't care,
married.
but you came up with a $400,000. Where'd you get
She
the
is
400,000?
69. She is 69 unmarried. You said you would tell her
69
not to buy
unmarried.
a home.
Of course, I would say at that point, 69 years old. I mean, I don't like you went up 400,000. I asked you for the age, and you were like, I don't matter how old she is. Like, how does that not matter? But the $400,000 does that you came out of nowhere with.
You don't
I'm
have.
just trying to.
You don't have the logical high ground here. You don't have it. I am talking out of frustration at this point. I promise you, you are not winning whatever you think you're winning. So I would take the cap lock out of your voice because this is wrong. Like this conversation.
Wait, hold on. What'd you just tell me? What'd you just say? You said take the cap lock on my voice. What are you talking about?
Yes, because you sound like you're getting agitated, and I don't know why when you are the one who is like, I'm giving your daughter, I am saying, projecting that your daughter will be making $400,000 a year, and you're having a problem with that. Okay, fine. She is making $100,000 a year. Would you tell her not to buy a home?
I would not tell her to buy a home. Nope. It all depends on how old she is.
Okay, so it's how much money she's making in the home.
Yeah, like she can't be like 24 making $100,000.
So she is 35 years old, unmarried, making $100,000 a year, and she comes and say, "Daddy, should I buy a home?"
I would say yes at that point. And first, I would prepare my daughter to get married much earlier than 35.
I mean, you can prepare her all you want, but unless she agrees to marry with a man who also agrees to marry her, she can be prepared all she wants. She's not going to be married unless both her and this man or woman she's in love with decides to marry her. So it's not about you at all.
Yeah, so, I'm just giving context to like you want to give examples, you don't want to really like go into deep dive in your vague examples of $100,000 35-year-old daughter of mine. Or $400,000.
So you would tell your daughter to buy a home then?
I would say yes.
35, if she's 35, unmarried and making, what if she's making $50,000?
If she's making $50,000, which I would hope she'd be making more, not 35. I would tell her to definitely. I would tell her to do the same thing. I would say
buy home.
To buy home, or like what's going on with your dating life, relationship life. I wouldn't wait that long.
Yeah. So a woman like your daughter should not be able to get married then if she buys a home. Or do you have exceptions for yourself when it comes to women over 30? If they have a home over 30, then you're fine with it.
Well, it's more so like the possibilities of what exactly they're looking for. Like, 35 years old, still like if my daughter was like that, I would still, even if she's creeping up to 30s, I'm like, hey, what's going on out there? I wouldn't like be like all of a sudden hit her 35, like, whoa, crap, you should buy a home now. Like, I'd be obviously following her through her life to see like, hey, what's going on, relationship wise, finding another person, man or woman or whatever, to be with. So I wouldn't wait till 30.
I literally don't know what you just said. I don't know what you just. Yeah, one of the things y'all cannot do ever is say that I don't allow men to speak. That y'all cannot ever do again, period. Like, it's over. Like, y'all can never say like I don't allow men to speak. That's something that we're not gonna ever do again on this channel. Who complains about a person being self-sufficient enough to invest in real estate? It's what happens if one is successful. A shame that Black women are ashamed. BDW. If Orange Peel had a daughter, would he tell her not to purchase? Oh, this is what I asked earlier. I saw your thing, Black Ram. Thank you so much. I thought this was very interesting. The response to this was extraordinarily interesting. Black men marry white women with more asset all the time. So does that mean Black men can see us outside of struggle? We are not deserving. Sad. I think actually this has nothing to do with any of that. I think this, well, it might in terms of who they decide to what. I think this is an ego problem now. Like, I'm firmly on the side of ego, and I've been on the side of ego. The house has nothing to do with him. It's not on his credit. So if he's saying it's a debt, it's because he can't afford it. That's how debt is created. Actually, Sinji, this is interesting. Why are you mad about it being a debt?
Nobody's mad about it being a debt. I'm not mad about it being a debt.
Right, sorry. Why won't you date? Do you understand that if it is a debt, it's her debt?
Yeah, I understand it's her debt that I'll be responsible for.
No, you won't be responsible for. But even if you will, right? If you're paying the same amount for the mortgage as you would pay for rent, what is the problem?
If I'm paying the same, we said, what, can you say that again?
If you're paying the same amount or less for the mortgage as you would for rent, what's the problem?
If I'm saying paying the same amount as rent as in mortgage, I'm paying, I would most likely pay more for mortgage than rent. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. Like I pay about
You know that's not
18.
true, right? You know now I know you did not you don't own a home. You do not own a home, and I don't know why you lied about owning a home.
What are you,
You
what?
do know you can pay less for the mortgage than you're paying for rent. Mine, I'm not even. When I was, no, I'm not giving
You
an
said I
example.
can pay less for the mortgage than I pay for the rent? Is that what you're saying?
You can. It is possible to pay less for the mortgage than you're paying for rent.
Because it's possible, that means I don't own my home because it's possible? Is that what you're saying? That's what you just said.
No.
Now I know you don't own a home now because it's possible that you can pay less for.
What is-
Because right now I pay about $1,800 for mortgage, and that was way more than my rent was. So in my view, that doesn't seem possible.
I'm kidding. Orangeville, what are you doing? I don't. Oh my
Okay,
God. Oh my God.
tell me how. Okay, I pay $1,800 for my mortgage right now, and then I paid about like $1,100 for my rent. Tell me how I can pay less than I paid with the $1,800. How do I pay less? Can you tell me?
Do you have a 2 bedroom?
3 bedroom.
Well, you want to know how you could pay less for the
How?
mortgage out of your own pocket? You want me to tell you?
I really want to know seriously.
You can rent out one of the rooms.
Wow, was that the reason I don't know how to I
No,
don't have a
no, because
home? You said
that was
I
not
yeah, I know
the
you don't have a home.
issue. That was not the issue. You are literally asking me a question that I did not posit before, but even in you asking, there was still an answer. And you didn't know how to come up with that answer on your own. Because if you did, you would not have asked the question. You could rent out 2 rooms. Is it ideal? No. You asked me, how is it possible? I gave you how it's possible.
So for that reason, I get it. That reason is the reason you definitely don't know I don't have a home because I didn't come up with the reason that I
No,
can make
that's
it
not what we're
last.
talking about.
But
I
that's what you
know
just
because
said.
you literally just said, well, you could got if you could have gotten a cheaper home and the monthly mortgage payment was cheaper, you would have been able to purchase a home where the mortgage is going to be lower than the rent. You can, and it is possible to buy a home where the mortgage, the monthly payment is lower than a rent.
Okay. I mean, those are like I'm thinking it's something a lot deeper than that, than just renting out a home, renting out some rooms, and just finding a cheaper one than your rent was. Oh my goodness. I definitely don't own a home because of those two things. Like you
No,
said,
you
oh, now
don't
I know
own
you
a
don't own
home
a home.
because I don't believe you own a home because you did not at any point during this conversation understand what equity was. You don't know what the difference between sort of a mortgage payment as a debt and the home as an asset is. You don't know what the safest form of good debt is. So if you do in fact own a home, I would suggest you go and do a lot of research on how to leverage that home that you have to be an asset ultimately. Because if you're out here just quote unquote buying homes and not even understanding like the basics, which literally we have not touched anything, like even about, we haven't done any work yet. So for me, if you're saying you own a home, and this is where I can admit that maybe I am wrong, right? Maybe I am wrong. on whether or not you own a home. But if you do own a home and you are this ignorant about home ownership, that might also be a problem because your realtor might not have done a good enough job in informing you in terms of what it is that you're getting into. And that's the problem. Your apprehension for sort of women with home seem to imply, based on the conversations we're having, that you don't fully understand the investment being made when one decides to buy a home.
Okay.
So that's
Okay.
where I'm coming from. So if you do own your home, I don't want to do this, but you have indicated on a previous live stream that that's why you and your wife hadn't bought your home yet. And as we were talking, I'm going through to get to it. But you when you say that, I'm not quite sure if I'm supposed to believe that in the time we had the last conversation and now you bought a home, are you were lying then or are you lying now? And so the thing
Wait,
is,
what? You said I didn't buy a home yet. What are you talking about?
here, ready?
Please explain. Or show.
Yeah, no, you're fine. While we talk on this, I will play it in a moment. So I've been trying to find it in here. Wait, but you don't remember ever saying that, right? Because you do own your home, right?
I do. And can we get back to the equity thing?
Okay,
And
go ahead.
so the equity I said was the value of the house. Is that not true? Is that
The,
how,
wait, I don't think the value of the home can be less if there's something really bad happen, can be less than what the purchasing price was. So when you say equity, you have to understand what equity is in terms of gaining more. I don't want to give it away. So when you say the value,
it's the big
it's a
okay. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
no, it's a I mean obviously you can Google this right now and try to figure it out. But when you're saying
No need to do that.
equity, huh? No,
I
no,
said
I'm
no
telling
need
you
to
to
do
do that. No, you can do it. Because
that. Okay.
if you say equity is the value of the home, it's like not no. I didn't want to just say no straight up, but like no.
No, straight up, but no.
I mean you pulled it out of me. So
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah,
how much of the home do you own?
how much of the home I own now?
The- Yes. So you have your home and you don't even know what the equity is in your home? Do you understand what the debt to value ratio is? The, the difference between what your home is worth and what you owe your lender. Who is your lender? Well, don't answer. I'm not doing that.
I got
See,
you. Hello.
you can talk. I don't. I think
Redfin. Redfin is where you should go. House is valued at $375,000. It's gone up like a little over $30,000 in value. 33,000. Estimated sell price between $369,000 and $406,000. We had this house for about a year now. Hello?
He has an issue with real property, but made no mention of possible high car note. He said he wouldn't want to take on debt for something that he wasn't involved in purchasing. A G-Wagon could be the price of a monthly mortgage. I'm trying to really think through what I'm doing here. He wants her to make $7.25 an hour, not
Jesus.
400,000. I thought I would be reasonable. I feel like if you're a nurse, you would then hopefully set up your daughter's life, and not always, but like to try to make her make more than you, a lot more than you.
Yeah.
So, like, people are the only group of people who would advise to not invest in real property. Every other group takes full advantage. I mean, he's like, look, his daughter not investing in nothing, girl. Not him triggered by his daughter making 400.
What? My imaginary daughter.
Yeah, open the panel. This is the most attention he's gotten all year. He's being disingenuous. He knows it's about financial. Yeah, no. Well, I'm trying to do two things. I'm trying to find. I shouldn't have said it because now I'm looking for it. But I'm trying to find on the live stream, the last live stream, where he said this is why he and his wife were looking for a place to buy together, and they were saving. But the problem that I'm having is, like, people will come on here and say one thing and then conveniently forget they say. So now I have to go through hours. But please note, if it's not up, I will find it and post it. So it's going to come regardless. Kiosha Alex, welcome. Thank you. My little weird dance. The value of a home is more than having a beta black. No name calling. I don't know why I laugh. I shouldn't be laughing. What did Erica say? Yeah, don't infantilize them. These are grown men with their thoughts. I'm gonna need to stop privating videos. Zilla took black men out of the home.
Wow.
Make over 50K, but she better not make 400K with WTF. He has a property and fairness mindset, not established. He wanted some equally inexperience in the life to exist with due to his deficiency. 100K. All right, so you're getting dragged essentially.
Oh yes, I am.
I
said, oh yes, I am.
But because you don't know a lot about home ownership, as we've established here, is that something you would agree that you don't know a lot about home ownership? Like, is that something you would agree to?
I won't say a lot, but there are some things I should know better.
Yeah,
for sure.
And you own your home, right? So this is why we're gonna be a bit concerned. It's like, well, you own your home, mortgage get paid off versus paying a landlord girl. I'm not even getting, like, yes, Tina. Welcome, African oneness. Do you understand why this is a problem for so many people?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a problem. It's not a problem for me because at the end of the day, I have a home with my wife.
It's going to be a problem for your offspring if you're telling them not to own until they're married.
How is it a problem? Why can't they
You're
just?
telling your daughter to keep her life and her financial life specifically on hold until she gets a man.
It's not leaving it on hold if she just doesn't wait. Why does it got to be on hold? Why does she have to wait? Go ahead.
If you're telling someone to wait until they get married to buy a home, how do you not know that's on hold? You're putting buying a home on hold.
That's what you think it is. I don't think it is.
You didn't say wait until you're financially able to buy a home to get a home. You say wait till you're married. So even when you're financially able to get a home, you are saying do not get a home until you're married. That is what being put on hold means. Is that clear? I feel there is something deeper. Ain't nothing deeper. There's nothing deeper there. It's just ego. What year did Orange Pill purchase? What year did you purchase your home?
December 20th, 2021.
Period.
Mm-hmm.
You said 2021.
Yeah.
You said you purchased the home in December 2021.
Yeah, December 20th, 2021.
We're in 2022. You said you have it for a little over a year. I
Like
can't
almost a
believe.
year. Almost a year. Yeah. I don't think I said a little over a year. But yeah. I think I know. I mean, you can try to do whatever you want, but I know I have my whole. You said what? You said you had over a year. No, I didn't. I did not say I had over a
No,
year.
let me tell you something. Let me tell you, it's not. No, I get you. Look, anytime I gotta do math on the fly, you go. If I am lying, just
I'm
give
not
me
saying
a
you're
math
lying.
problem to do, girl,
Oh
because
my
I will
goodness.
mess up a math problem in a minute.
Right.
Hey, girl, you don't got no home. Ain't no home here. You do have a home, and it.
This validation is very amusing.
Period. All right, Trill. Why y'all gotta do math? Why y'all had to have this man up here doing math? Y'all dead wrong. I will not forgive the chat. I will literally never forgive the chat for doing that. Y'all had this man up here doing math, and now now look
Yep.
at this. Now, Jada, welcome.
Now, Themis, there was a woman that was commenting.
I'm gonna open this panel up. 'Cause you think I'm not?
Oh no.
I'm done
Oh,
protect. Wait, go ahead. There was a woman. What?
I mean, there was a woman that was commenting in the last video where I was talking about the home thing. She was saying like, there are other men listening to you that are going to think that women with homes aren't potential wives or something. I'm like, I don't think that's going to be the case.
I hope not. Well,
But
let
I
me
hope
say, I must say I respect Orange Pill for getting up here and speaking on this. He did say he's not fully knowledgeable on home ownership. Hopefully
yeah.
he's learning in all of this. I hope he's learning. Like one of the things that I'm not trying to do is I'm not trying to man, if your ego is bruised even a little bit about a woman owning the home, you can tell them. Like you can cut them out of your life. I think it would be better for the woman if you tell them upfront as opposed to let resentment build and then do something. So Themis Dodd-Frank alone would not allow someone to ignore someone so ignorant Orange Pill to purchase. No, we're not being mean. Me say me love Themis, you say him so smart. He needs to run more panels. Big up Sinji. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh. I actually was going to stop doing, well, I probably should anyway. No, I was gonna. Erica didn't come. Let's blame Erica. Everyone throw tomatoes at Erica because Erica was supposed to teach me how to take something off. But in reading some of these, I feel like I shouldn't, but I'm gonna still learn how to. Themis is no homeowner today who does not know the equity in their home. What is his interest rate? Basic questions. No, like I'm surprised you don't know any of this, but maybe his wife handles the mortgage payments and like the paperwork parts, and he just provide the money. I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with option B. And instead of over a year, a little over a year, he meant a little under a year, and the math somehow is gonna math. King Ether, how are you? Thank you, by the way. That is some estimated sale price. Themis, he is on Zillow. That is on Zillow.
I
Wait,
just found a random home to look up, I guess.
y'all dead wrong. Yeah, to be fair, America doesn't teach this sort of stuff. There is nothing wrong with not knowing. He just need to do better and Google it. Look, I would have been Google. You think I'm about to sit here and y'all gonna ask me questions and I'm not gonna Google it if my camera is off? I'm definitely gonna Google.
I guess.
I'm gonna Google. Thank you, by the way. You have defenders. This is a whole financial literacy
I
seminar.
got defenders.
Period.
Wow, can't believe that.
Demas, he just said estimated sale price. Demas is reading a Zillow now. He does not own a home. No homeowner is talking estimated sale. Girl, why you reading Zillow? When you're sitting here, Orange Pill, Orange Pill, why are you reading Zillow? All right, stop. Well, we don't have to super chat anymore. Please stop super chatting. I'm just going to drop the link and we can come up here and discuss. I taught y'all how to make arguments and it was immediately ignored. Let me pin this. Y'all immediately ignore that and then came up here and became disingenuous. So at this point, y'all can't say I didn't try. Y'all cannot say I did not try. All right, me, not me. Before you go, actually, let me say this. Mr. Pill, are you saying your daughter should not own a home until married? If so, do you have a viable mate to betroth her to? We discussed this. Sorry, I'm so slow on the super chat. He didn't. I don't think he know what he was saying, so I'm just gonna go with that. Right, Orange Pill, period. All right, he agrees. Thank you, the Black. I'll let you respond to this, by the way. I'll let you respond. Nope. All right, he don't want to respond. The Black Ram, thank you so much. I'm trying to not be disrespectful, and this is why super chatting is weird, because like I'm trying to get to it, but Orange Pill, go meet a lender and realtor to learn. So you're getting dragged essentially.
Yeah, pretty much. It's all good.
He don't about taxes. He don't know about taxes. That will eat you alive. Promise us that your wife handles the finances. Period. You better promise us that your wife. Did he use it? No, y'all are done. Absolutely not. Welcome, hetero pessimist. All right, I think that was all of them. Hopefully that was all of them, girl. This is a lot. All right, so we're gonna refresh. Oh, AE, he said a little over a year. Yeah, look, we're not about to sit here and pretend like we didn't. He's playing and lying in your face at this point. Yeah, I mean that's why I opened. Thank you, Sinji. That's why I opened the panel, because I was like, okay, girl, all my teaching just went through the wind. I don't know who I thought I was thinking that I could teach people on YouTube. Ain't nobody trying to listen to that. Sincere plus Jonathan, now Orange Pill. The Shmenz are desperately in need of a life vest. Girl, they are swimming. The jig is up. He living in his wife. Look, is the wife? His wife is not coming back. His wife thinks I disrespected her, I think.
When you ask her the first question, you ask her, were you homeless before you met your husband? How do you think that's going to go?
I thought she was going to say, absolutely not. I was not homeless. And I was going to say,
here to play with you.
Well, I wasn't play. I don't play with other men's wife. I wasn't.
Yeah, that was. I saw. Yeah, that was. Come on, that question was not a serious question.
I wasn't. You said you.
Famous. Come on, man.
Date a woman with a home. Look, it is what it is. If she's mad, I'm gonna tell you this. I respect your wife. I do. Well, I don't know if it's your wife. Whoever that lady was, I respect her.
The mysterious lady.
Huh?
That mysterious lady, right?
Whoever that lady was who came on here speaking, I do respect her. She was rude, but I respect her because she was like, I'm not about to do this. The reason she was rude is because her man is the one online talking about she not dating a woman who has a home. So I rightfully ask if she was homeless.
How does that connect to homelessness?
Did she have a home?
She has a home or she's homeless?
When you met her?
No, she was actually.
She didn't have a home. She could have said, "Oh, I didn't have a home. I wasn't homeless. I was actually renting." I was like, "Oh, okay, period." So you didn't have a home. Got it.
Okay. What do you think about the pictures that I sent you?
The who?
The pictures I sent you.
Girl, that could have been a customer.
Oh my goodness, Lord have mercy!
I don't even know if that was. Look, Look, look.
That's good.
What do you think? What do you think I mean when I say homeless?
Somebody living on the streets, like anybody else would think. Nobody's thinking, oh, homeless, like not owning a
Okay.
home.
Yeah, well, that's what I asked. And if she was mad about that, then you probably shouldn't be on camera talking about you wouldn't date someone with a home. So I feel like that's a you problem. You and her have communication issues. I shouldn't be a part of it.
Right, right, exactly. You know us so well with your wife. You have to, right?
Again, I don't know
Um,
your wife. You know your wife. So
but you said we have communication issues, but you don't know us, and you don't have anything to
no,
speak
I
of
don't say
yourself.
you. Okay, you guys might have communication
Oh, we
issues because I
might
asked
have.
her a valid question. I asked her
It's
a
valid.
valid question and she seemed upset, cross, angry, miserable.
I know. Hey, bring your wife online so we could talk to hers too. That would be great.
Period. Look, the
I
fact
know
if
she's
you
not
have a
coming,
wife,
but
I can have a wife too. I can turn off this camera and bring my look.
no, you can't.
Hi guys. Oh my god. Hey everyone. I'm
Woo.
Rebecca. So
Becca, you got some bass in your voice, girl.
period. Everyone has a wife online when
Uh,
the camera is off.
yeah, everybody has a wife. Yep. Yep.
Everyone has a wife online when the camera is off. All right, let me stop playing around. I don't I forgot. Like I'm just making fun and forgot there's a whole live stream going on. So his premise is to pay an absolute stranger rent rather than to pay a woman's mortgage, where he would be effectively living at, assuming he would have. Look, it wouldn't even be his debt, girl. At this point, Orange Pill is just here to get to be messy. That's all I'm gonna do. All right, let's take a break. Every so often, I decide, you know what? Things are getting too tense here, and I'm not about to emotionally invest in people who obviously don't care. So, before we get into more discussion with the panel, um, someone said, not Rebecca. Why are you eating the girls up like this tonight, Miss Orange Pill is girl, not Miss married to someone named Rebecca. Y'all go run with that. Being married is not a badge of honor. Look, Orange Pill said it is not the quality of the marriage, but it is that you got married. So to Orange Pill, it doesn't matter what the marriage is like. That you got married is a badge of honor. So period. Other community leaders set up their children, both women and men, with assets. Stop waiting on dust. Everyone better invest for yourself ASAP. Well, I mean, most of the people I know, thanks Kendra, their parents were like making sure that they buy homes and were renting homes, and like I actually got into like the whole idea of like renting out homes. I don't want to do Airbnb because of like the foolishness that I saw, but I got a lot of that from people that I went to uni with, whose parents were telling them where to invest their trust funds, and a lot of them created trusts and use that to own property and things like that. I mean, I think it's and even infinite banking. I didn't realize that was the name until like very recently. But like I knew a lot of people who were engaging. Well, I may not put people's business out there. I know nothing. Plausible deniability. All right, let's refresh. So the back chat is full. I'm about to add everyone to the screen. Before we do that, I have to promote our business called The Standard.
People are always asking me, why am I such a big fan of men like Dr. Jordan B. Peterson? And the first thing that comes into my mind is impact. You see, I'm always talking about different guys who are on my Hall of Fame. Guys like Gary Vee, guys like, Patrick Bet-David, Dr. Jordan B. Peterson, and of course, my father. And the reason why I love these guys so much is because of the impact that they have in the lives of people. You see, one of the biggest things that I'm always impressed is how men are able to get large audiences of other men who listen to them, who respect them, who admire them. Because it's one thing to be able to get a large audience of young adults, but when other men, strong, powerful, competent men, listen to you, are inspired by you, that is really what motivates me the most in life. And that's exactly who I want to be. You know, I want to be someone that other men look to and other men are inspired by. And when I look at what Dr. Jordan B. Peterson has done, when I look at the impact of how many lives he's transformed with his message, with his motivation, that's the exact guy I say every single day. I want to leave the world with that kind of impact. Man, you meet so many men who are rock stars, killing it, making a ton of money, but their wives can't stand them. Their children cannot stand them. And that is exactly who I do not want to be. And to be able to be an amazing individual who's extremely successful, but to also be able to have this amazing family and to leave this legacy with your children, that is something that every man should aspire to be. I want to leave a legacy where the men of the standard are individuals who are transforming lives, who are not just successful when it comes to monetary business, but they're also successful husbands and fathers and people that their children can look up to. And so if I can be able to be that person, if I can be able to be the standard and lead by that example, and then to be able to have a whole community of men and to leave an impact like my dad does, like Dr. Jordan B. Peterson does, if I'm able to do that, man, that would mean the world.
Dear Heavenly Father, God, thank you so much for Dr. Peterson. Thank you so much for his wisdom, his grace. God, I pray that you keep him safe. But God, I pray that you keep him healthy. God, I pray that you give him the strength during this tour to give your word and the wisdom to the people. Be with his family, be with Tammy, be with Michaela, be with everybody, Lord. And thank you so much for the life of Dr. Peterson and give him many, many years and many, many more tours. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you.
I love you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you so much for everything.
You bet.
All right. Go for everyone who wants to pick up their suit, go to the standard.net. I don't remember. It's a standard. Where is it? The standard something. Free promo. You're welcome. I'm like an unofficial ambassador. So period. Orange Pill, you might have communication issues in your marriage because it seems like your wife was given no context prior to talking to Themis. Period. You should have told her that you said it was you dated homeless. You were dating people who experience homelessness. That's kind of like she should have known that was gonna come. He sounds and look like Wayne Brady, true actor. The word is successful. Speaking of people who do not read it, it would behoove Hafiz to read St. Augustine, City of God and City of Men, so he can better communicate with Jordan B. Peterson. Yeah. No context, period. All right. Hey, everyone. I'm adding like literally everyone to the channel all at once. Oh, sorry if I added you and you weren't ready. All right. Wake up. I like when people are visible. All right. Wake up, make up, slay. Go ahead.
Hi, Themis. How are you?
Doing well. Actually, tonight was extraordinarily funny to me.
Yes, I agree. So I have a question. And these truly are serious questions because it is I feel like it's a deficit in our community to not understand finances or purchasing homes, what you can do with them. So Orange Pill, and this is seriously a question, does your wife handle all the finances?
No, she does not.
Okay, so in the process of finding and qualifying for your home that you purchased,
Yes.
did your realtor, the mortgage lenders, did they give you that education? Because there's so many documents that you have to submit, you have to qualify
Yes.
with your income. the debt to income
Multiple
ratio,
times.
the types of loans, and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, it is so vitally important to understand that. And the reason why I asked if your wife handles all the finances is because, you know, that is still important stuff to know, you know? So when
I'm
you're
yeah. Go ahead, I'm
purchasing
sorry.
the home
Hmm.
and there's you get your monthly statement, right? Because you're involved in the finances. Um, do you understand how much money is going to your principal and how much money is going to interest?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so when we talk about equity and that kind of stuff, it has to do with how much principal you're paying down. It has to do with the market as well, the real estate market. It has to do with the neighborhood that you're in. And, you know, are the homes around you growing in value? And so
Yes.
I'm not going to drag you for saying the estimated value is, because that is something important to know. But if you were checking Zillow, Zillow is not always accurate. Zillow was actually on the verge of bankruptcy for some of their kind of weird practices. And depending on the state, um, you know, they can't get your information. So, like in the state of Texas, they don't report out values, they just guess. They guess what the
Yeah.
values are. So, you know, um, it is so important to have that education. And I just wanted to put that out there because it's you can't be ignorant about this stuff. We've been going too long being ignorant about finances and financial literacy and investing in ourselves. And I won't even go on the part about the daughter. You I feel like you were trolling because you wouldn't want your daughter to put buying a house on hold or buying a home on hold when you know that it can gain value and equity. Come on.
Okay. So when Themis was talking, he kind of, to me, I was fine with, if with going a further along an example. It was the leap to the $400,000 that was the issue.
But that's
Uh,
we're just imagining, right? So it doesn't take out the $400,000, right? So let's say, you
okay.
know, I'm a nurse because we were on a call together before, right? And
Yes.
so depending on the state you're in, let's just say right out of nursing school, you start with a job that's 40 to 65K. Your daughter's a nurse. She's
Okay.
working.
So
Okay.
nurse.
Right.
Mhm.
Um, and, and let's say she goes to school right out of high school, right? So she's 21 when she's done. She's got her bachelor's.
Okay.
Would you not encourage her or at least educate her? Hey, if you buy a home and you get it at the right price when the market is right, you can gain equity. You wouldn't want her to do that and set herself up for success?
Well, I want to make sure it all depends on the, student loan debt as well. I don't,
Let's say
I
she
don't,
doesn't have any. Let's say she has a
now we're throwing out
scholarship.
student.
She went to school for free. She doesn't even have the debt.
I would say get more established in your career, and don't just make a purchase on
Mm-hmm.
such a big investment.
Mm-hmm.
Get yourself more established and get your nursing career started. Like, you can start out renting. Uh, it doesn't have to be like purchase a home as soon as you get the money kind of thing.
Right. Okay.
Wait,
So
wait, wait. I'm going to intervene because what I think is going to happen is the women on stage, you're going to expend too much mental energy and do too much emotional work in an attempt to communicate to Orange Pill. So,
mhm.
what we can do is we can talk about him, but not directly to him unless you absolutely must or you don't mind expending that kind of energy.
Okay. Right now, because I'm just trying to
Go ahead.
understand.
No, you're fine. I'm just
Right.
putting
Okay.
that out there because I don't want you guys to
Fair
get
enough.
tired after
Fair
this
enough.
as opposed to
Right.
laugh.
So, based on your answer, was there some type of experience in your life that makes you feel like she couldn't purchase a home right out the gate? Because if she's getting an apartment, she's just giving her money to somebody else. We already
Yeah.
established she doesn't have any debt and she's a nurse. So she's making decent money and she can afford a home. So why would she pay somebody else instead of paying herself? Because when you buy a home, you're paying yourself.
Yeah, you are. The, I would feel more comfortable just a little bit down the road if she was to make that decision, not right out of nursing school,
Why?
because she can make some more money. She doesn't have to like. I just that's how I would feel about my daughter. I just think, just get more established, and where you want to go, where you want to work at, more than the home. Like, should she focus on getting a home together, or find out what nursing, like where does she want to go in nursing? Like, what should she focus on more, in your opinion? Like, I don't think a home should be the first thing right out of college or passing the NCLEX.
I mean, but it could be. That's the whole point of the hypothetical. So, I understand. So I won't address it back to you because, right, you've made your stance. So I will just say to any woman in the chat or anybody who hasn't had the opportunity to buy a home, when you get the chance, definitely do it. And so I already gave my example, and my husband wasn't super involved in the process because he is military. He was in Germany at the time. So I told him, hey, the market where I'm buying, where I want to buy in Phoenix, it was outside of Phoenix. I said, it looks great. This is amazing. I want to do that. So he said, go ahead. We bought the house. We bought it for a reasonable price. And because of COVID and the inflation, we made a huge profit in 2 years. So my point is, don't deny your daughter that. You're going to have to allow her to make her own decisions, because if she knows that and understands that, she's going to do that. You can't.
Oh yeah, I can't stop her. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you can't stop her. But that doesn't make her,
Would you advise the same to your son?
Yeah, would you advise the same to your son?
To wait? Yes, absolutely. That's what I did.
All right. With that, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Makeup. Then the man will say he's wasted too much time on his career. You hit the wall at 25, which is me, not me. Go ahead.
Hello. So much to say. First thing is, I just have to address that. Did Hafiz really say thank God for Dr. Jordan Peterson?
I thought that was a whole read in and of itself, so I didn't have to even react to it. I was like, not you sitting here praying. Not you said you want to be this. I can't. Like, I feel like we're just embarrassing at this point, and it's fine. Like, I'm
so embarrassed. Oh, it was terrible. And then I don't know what Hafiz's speech impediment is, but I feel like that needs to probably be his priority. So enough about him, but I've been cringing this whole live stream for like all 3 hours. I'm going to come on camera actually, because I'm coming to drag you, Themis.
Drag me. Go ahead.
I'm coming to drag you for this last 3 hours, because generally you won't engage in this variety of a conversation with someone that doesn't have the depth or the range. And from our last conversation with Orange Pill,
no, I'm gonna stop the drag. Halfway and said, not only were you correct, but you are, I think it's a fear drag. However, before I engage with him, I attempted to teach argumentation. Like, I attempted to teach logical reasoning. I attempted to teach everything that one would need to engage in a reasonable conversation. So I put everything up front. I gave it everything that I had. I simplified concepts about logical reasoning as best I could, and I gave it. But you can still drag me for the fact that who I thought I was teaching on Beyonce's internet.
No, and you did a wonderful job, but also like I just feel like it needs a class in logic. And I mean, it just cannot be done in one live stream. Like Rome wasn't built in a day. Orange Pill can't understand logic in a day, in my opinion. But you know, just not that. I mean, really, and I know that your whole angle was really more about the ego than the housing conversation. But the fact that, you know, all of the misinformation with the housing conversation like kept coming up, and you know, it was just so, I mean, so many random things were being said that I think it really would be very beneficial for us to have, if you would allow, you know, some variety of a housing talk, you know, or maybe a couple mortgage lenders, some real estate agents, you know, in the chat if they're interested, you know, come on and really give some good quality information to kind of, I mean, as you were, but to kind of like in a structured way to kind of help folks understand. Because if you're kind of a novice and you're just listening to everyone go back and forth, you might not be picking up on everything. And so there were just like a couple other things too, you know, it's like the rent versus mortgage. This is off you now. This is moved on to Orange Pill. That's drag has ended. So the rent versus mortgage, and he was saying like he didn't understand why it's generally more to rent, but just one of the simplest concepts in that is that, well, if you're thinking about it, that homeowner, the investor, we'll call them, that person has to pay the property bills and the mortgage and also make some sort of a profit in the ideal world. So therefore, you would never be paying that base mortgage amount because they wouldn't be making any variety of a profit when they rented it to you. You know, and lots of times, you know, if they don't have, you know, mortgage, that's a separate thing, but really kind of that's the basis of that idea. And that's why it's usually more, because they have to cover their expenses based out of what you're paying them. And then you guys did kind of already talk about, you know, equity and loan to value ratios and market appreciation and plus the appraised value. So those things need to be touched on. And the other thing is that I realize, you know, with the Orange Pill in this conversation, last time we already touched on the fact that when you are dating someone or even engaged to someone, and in some cases even marry someone who is on a mortgage, that does not put you on that paperwork. And we had already addressed that last time. So the fact that he's still coming back and saying his biggest issue is the debt is problematic because we'd already crossed that bridge in that other live stream. But here we are, circular argument coming back around again. Anyway, so I have other stuff for later, but I'll just let the next person go and enjoy the live chat because you guys are crazy.
Wait. Go ahead. Who is next? Let's see, and then we'll come back. Valerie's next.
Hi. So I have another question too. I think that kind of bothered me is, well, he said my daughter would never have that much money. So then that just made me wonder, like, would he not get custodial accounts for his kids to build investment before they get married? Like, I don't know, like, part of me wants to say is like, is this a class thing? Because from my perspective, I don't know people who think like that in my Black circle. Like to marry into a family that has prestige and money is always, I thought was always the goal, right? So like I like for you to say that my child won't have that money at that time. Are you not financially planning for that? Because I know by the time my parents came from a different country. They didn't start off having, they had to start everything anew. But my dad got me a CD account. He had an investment account for me. By the time I got to college, like I already had money put away. And even for me, because for me, it's about moving up, right? If we're trying to build something, I guess if you want to kind of put yourself in like even if you're not thinking about being pro-Black, because I'm not really that, really, but just moving your family bloodline above and beyond, to just say she's not going to make that. Is it because you're not planning for your child to be that way? It just doesn't make sense to me. It makes no sense. You have to be thinking 5 steps ahead. I know Jewish people that already have life insurance for their kids, right? And then the other thing is the other thing is I really want you to be able to have humility. I think you like the ability to say, you know what? I really don't know. It's okay to say, I don't know. I'm going to look it up and I don't know anything. If you can't admit that you don't know and not look it up, that's always going to be your problem. Even, I mean, I'm not in your marriage, but even in your marriage and everything in life, you have to be able to admit that I don't know. Like, I don't know. And that's okay. But you can plan ahead. Like for me, there's things that my parents didn't know that I know. And that also goes back to education, which a lot of you guys say that's not important. But of course, I'm not expecting you to know because that maybe that's stuff that your father didn't know. Like I know from my grandfather that he told my mom, such and such, why don't you go and get why don't you come and buy some property over here in Florida? They're selling it now. So that my mom has literally bought over 7 houses. She's paid over 7, like it's like not even a weird thing to me. You know what I'm saying? So I think you have to admit to say, I don't know. And I will learn. Maybe you could take a real estate class.
Wait, I just want to, like, I do have a fear that we're attempting to like change people's minds. And I don't want you guys to expend that energy. I just want you guys to maybe look and listen and learn from this and maybe add from a sort of a distance. Because if you start investing in trying to change someone's minds and explaining to them certain things, it's going to cause you emotional turmoil and problem. I know this because I've been doing it. And it's very difficult to detach that which you're saying from wanting people to accept it and change. So I would caution, like, even though I agree with you, I would caution emotionally investing in this conversation meaningfully. I would. I would really caution that. And not only would I caution it, I would actually say don't do it at all. If you want to explain something to me or to the other women or make a public service announcement, which that can be taken as such, and I think it's super important, I think you should take the opportunity and do that. But I can laugh now about the conversation because I'm not emotionally invested in changing people's mind. I've leaned into the other part of me where is I actually want to understand where you're coming from. I'm not about to accept it. I'm not about to promote it. I just want to understand and then we can move on. Because the truth is, people are just going to be left behind. And that's just what it is. Like, I hate that, but like, I've just come to that conclusion. Like, after hearing certain people speak and their mentality, even if he's lying or he's not being fully forthright, the issue is even in hiding that part of you and not being honest is itself a problem. So it doesn't actually matter if he believes this or if he doesn't, or if he is just being disingenuous. Like ultimately, all roads lead to a problem, right? And I don't want y'all to be stressed out about what an orange pill thinks. Like, no. That's not what this live stream is about. This live stream is about us hearing, laughing, figuring out our own life, and then moving on. We're not about to sit here and try to convince Orange Pill to change his approach to his daughter, his family. It is what it is. He's a man of himself. He is a leader in his home, he claims. I don't know. Let him be him. Make your public announcement. Make your laugh. Do what we do over here and then move on, because I'm not about to have you guys waste good mental energy on this. No, nope, don't do it. Don't do it. But I'm here for a good public announcement.
Yeah, I mean, me personally in my own life, like I think as I've gotten older, sadly, I guess people would probably just call me a classist. And I'm okay with that. Like, but that's only because like if I observe men at large, like sometimes, you know, a lot of people say like, well, women should be able to help these Black men and that and whatever. But in reality, there's like the Mary J. Bliges and the Wendy Williams and the like all these other women that have probably really tried to help someone to move along with them, but it really doesn't work in my perspective, like at large. I mean, I can understand if there's like a slight difference. And I also feel like some of it is like from your family upbringing, and like if you have a history of people that think a certain way, it's kind of hard to make people think outside of that box. That might be a mean thing to say, but I really don't care because I like probability, and probability would suck for me to be any other way. So
Yeah. I appreciate that. I think the other person is um, Labels and Life.
Hey, channel. How you guys doing? Can y'all hear me?
Yes. It's a bit low,
Okay.
but we can hear you.
Oh God. Let me see. This AirPod been getting on my nerves all week. Is it better?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay. So, I get what you're saying that some people are just gonna be, left behind, and I think that's a great revelation. I know it took you a minute to get here, things because you've been trying to save the collective since you've been on YouTube. So I appreciate you just saying, you know what, let these people be. But I'm not really here to change Orange Pill's mind. I do want to try to, give him some kudos, yay, clap, clap, that he does at least feel obligated to be responsible to take care of his family financially, and he does kind of have a sense of obligation towards,
Wait,
financial responsibilities.
that's what you read from that conversation.
It's
That's
let me give
interesting.
him something. Don't do that. Let me give him that. That
I mean, you giving
I
him that. I'm
mean,
not giving him that, but you can give him that. Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
give him that because that mentality is so few and far between in our community anyway. So let's just be thankful he at least feels responsible.
You do know his wife works overnight shifts, right? As a
Oh
nurse.
wait, no way my man would have me out the household. Anyway, irrelevant. Well,
Very,
kudos to
no,
her.
very relevant. If you think he's up here willing to be the provider slash
You got the petty
protector and all
energy
of
on
that,
fleek
it
tonight.
isn't. All right.
I
Go ahead.
understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I get it because that's not even safe, especially in this climate. And he obviously needs her, help financially if he's willing to be away from her at nights because that's definitely difficult in when you're in a relationship and a marriage, nonetheless. So, but I mean, at least he does feel some sort of financial obligation. I just want to clear up as as a realtor, and Orange Pill and anybody else on the channel. I do offer first time home buyer courses for anybody who wants some information, wants to speak directly to like a mortgage professional. We can hop on Zoom. I can help you guys out. But I want him to understand like equity, the concept of equity, because I feel like y'all were kind of explaining it, but you were explaining it kind of above his head a little bit, and it just didn't seem like it was really sticking. So the way the market is, the value of the home is going to increase naturally. Like you literally don't have to do anything, and your home is going to increase in value just because inflation increases naturally. Things like the pandemic, when people move more to a desirable area, home values shift. So it's very easily to accumulate 50,000, 100,000 in less than a few years of home ownership. So I noticed he kept saying, well, how much has she paid on it? How much has she paid on it? As if it was almost you're obligated to what you have left to pay kind of scenario. And that's not exactly how it works. The home is going to naturally be worth more than you actually paid for it, just over time in general. And because rents automatically go up, inflation, your rent is going to always be more than the home. So now you have residual income. Just like I think he said his mortgage was $1,800 and a 3 bedroom house. More than likely, he should be able to rent that out for around $2,500. Typically, that's typically kind of how the markup goes. So that's still what $700 a month in income that you didn't have to work for. So that's how something like that would work. But I know I'm not going to change his mind because I know he feels very strong in his alpha male energy, and he wants to be in charge, and he wants you to, he wants to feel needed. And I'm, good for you, Orange Peel. I mean, sometimes everybody is not going to be at the same speed. And I think that there are women out there. There are, girls out there who may not have that much income, maybe like a manager, at Walmart, or, just a nurse or something that would look at somebody like that and say, oh, wow, like I could listen to you. You're so knowledgeable. Like I can kind of come under you and honor your logic. Like there's levels to everything. And I think that kudos to those that live at that level. No shade.
I
That's all I
appreciate.
wanted to say.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Hopefully, we can do a real estate investment panel at some point. But I'm
Yeah,
not.
I hope so. I wish I could have jumped on the education panel. I just watched it today, and I think that was so amazing. It was such good energy and synergy, and I can't wait to see what the men bring to the table. I'm sure it's going to be
Yeah.
very eye opening.
Let's be clear. On Friday, the men get to celebrate their success. So we have a lot of successful women on the channel. I'm assuming we also have a lot of successful men. So we celebrated the women. So on Friday we're gonna on
Well,
Friday
I
we're
think
gonna
Orange
celebrate
Peel
the
is an
men.
example of the level of men that we have on this channel. So I feel confident in their ability to come on and show off and show what
Ah,
their
you better
knowledge and what they're able to know.
You better be confident. You better oh no, I don't know.
But
Um,
that's all I wanted to say, Pamela. I'm gonna jump off. I gotta go check on my dinner.
all right, thank you.
Bye, guys.
Kiki, go ahead.
Hello, guys.
Hey,
All right, so I guess for me, it just boils down to two things hearing all of this. The first is the control to me. In my opinion, a home will probably be the largest investment and asset most people will ever own in their life. And I feel like a woman with her own home equals a woman who can't be controlled. The second for me is pride. I feel like most black men tie their masculinity to having control and being the provider and the decision maker. Their ego and their pride just won't let them be with a woman who already has a home because it most likely means he isn't at her level. That he has to also either have a home that's worth as much if not more. And then not only that, but I feel like most of these men don't even own a bed frame, let alone a home. Like, to me, I'm sorry.
wait. What's the Sinji said what? Three trash bag cat. I'm not doing it, but I don't know something
The
about.
the whole their argument is a cop out to me. I feel like it's all about control, and you see the difference between men and women because I feel like women will readily share that they want to have control in what happens in their home, but men will lie and deflect. But they know exactly how controlling and, from my opinion, abusive they can be when they get or have primary control. Like, I just call bull. Most men want to be the one to have the access to deflect to a potential partner. And that's not terrible to want to provide. But what they fail to understand is time and time again, they have proven that they cannot be trusted to be the primary breadwinner in their homes without causing issues in the relationship that tend to be extremely abusive. This is why women need to not only have their own when they enter a relationship, but they need to keep and hold on to their own when they're in that relationship. And it boggles my mind because I've dated white men, I've dated other men outside of black men. And when I first bought my home, so many of these men offered to turn a date out of helping me put in sweat equity when I first bought my home. Like, literally offered to pick up takeout and bring it over and paint the evening away. Like, I can see and hear the respect from financially stable men when they know that I have and can hold my own. Like, I don't think black men understand how flawed and poorly supported their beliefs are. Like, no man of value would be repulsed by a partner bringing in assets to the relationship. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know Orange Pill or his name, but that whole argument he was giving, I just feel was disingenuous. I mean, I agree with you. I think there was a extremely pungent smell of dishonesty on his end of the conversation. I feel like men want financial control because they know that they cannot offer anything emotionally and intelligence wise, spiritually. I don't think they really understand providing any support outside of money. And
I mean, I will give a life raft in that. I think it's definitely going to be difficult for men to admit that there is an ego problem. So,
I
I
definitely
mean,
agree too. And I just feel like for all the ladies there, you need to understand Maslow's hierarchy. You need basic shelter. Do not let any man convince you not to keep a stable and well-maintained roof over your head. The way these rent prices are constantly fluctuating, like jumping higher and higher and higher, if owning your home is a better option, better own a home than be out on your ass. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Even if
If
it means
you
that you won't be attractive to certain men because you have your own, I'm sorry, but you need a shelter over your head. Don't let any man convince you otherwise.
thank you so much, Kiki. Very well said. Um, if anyone was under the assumption that I needed someone to confess that they are wrong in this live stream, I absolutely was not. I needed to show something, and I showed what I wanted to show. Now, if you guys got it, you guys got it. If you didn't, then I'm sorry you didn't. But I cannot be overt in certain things, and I think this one was very much on the nose. Reese.
Good evening, Themis. Good evening to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. I'm sorry to do this to everyone, but I do have to ask Orange Pill some questions because only he has the answers. So, Orange Pill, if you're still there, I just wanted to know if I could ask you a question or two.
Sure.
Thanks. My first question is, in this scenario, I super chatted this earlier, so I just wanted to know, would it be a better situation if the lady in question offered to put your name on the deed of the house?
No, because I wouldn't even make it that far in the relationship.
Okay. My second question is, what does simping mean to you?
Simping?
Yes. If a guy was to be simping, what does that mean to you? Can you define that for me?
I guess in my own words, and like I said, I don't use that word really. I mean, actually, I don't use that word at all. It would be kind of catering and like over catering, I would say.
Over catering.
Over catering. I guess that's the best way. It's like it's a word I don't use, so I don't really know because I don't want to be like, oh, well, you're wrong because it's this. But I don't use that word, so I'm just kind of what I see, what I hear. It sounds like it's over catering to a woman. So.
Okay, maybe it's a little bit of a control thing in addition to over catering. Would you say that that is a part of simping?
Simping is a form of control. Oh, you mean like, okay, so you mean like
Being
kind of
on your
giving,
woman's control almost.
okay. I mean, I guess it could, I guess, lead to controlling, like him using his assets or whatever, his money as a form of control, but he's simping, I guess. I don't know. Simping, I guess is that where you're going with that? I'm sorry.
Okay, because what I am trying to figure out here is, would you consider it to be simping for a man to move into this house with this woman and then help to pay the mortgage?
I guess, and I don't think so. No, I wouldn't consider it simping. I mean, it could be a means of how they work out the situation. It was best for both of them. I'm not saying, oh, he moves in and he over caters to her by moving in. I wouldn't. I would consider that. I wouldn't consider that a form of controlling either.
So then what's the problem with dating the girl in the first place? I don't get it.
Well, first, like, it's my preference, and I would say it's more for me, not for any man. For me, it's more of a financial risk because it's so much what ifs for me to calculate. Because when I got the home with my wife, when we went in together, we just came straight from my apartment. We kind of it wasn't no well somebody got to sell a house, we got to find some people to possibly rent, or you got your home here, or I may have my home here. We got to figure out, do we like this house, do you like the house, are you going to put me on the deed, are you going to put, or am I going to put you on my deed? We don't have to worry about any of that. So that's kind of like how I look at it now. It's like it's more what ifs over here. Then I could go over here and get a home with another woman, and we make the decision together, and we go in together. We're both of us equally involved in it, instead of these what ifs over here. Where what if she sells the house? What if she able to sell the house? What if it's the house you ever wanted? What if you don't have to worry about paying for it? What if you don't? What if you put your name on a deed? You know, it's more just risk calculating for me.
Okay. All right.
If that makes any sense, I'm sorry. A little.
Not really. I'm so
Okay.
sorry. I'm so sorry to say, but that doesn't really make sense. So I wanted to really understand what was going on here, and I figured that there was another underlying cause, because it's like you're throwing, from everything that I'm hearing, you're just throwing excuses at the wall and hoping that something sticks. And Themis said it already. The chat agrees. I agree that there is some other major issue that would prevent you from dating this girl. And for some reason, as I sat there, the thought of simping came in. And from everything that I have heard in the manosphere, I can almost hear it playing out in my head. And yes, you can call it ego too. I can hear the argument in my head. No, don't date any girl with a house. And no, I'm going to have to be over there helping her pay the mortgage. No, I'm subsidizing her lifestyle. And that's simping, man. That's simping. It's better to pay rent, which you have actually said, as opposed to paying the mortgage, because a roundabout way, that money now goes to a third party person, a landlord or some sort of property development company, instead of helping this woman, which would again be simping.
What did I specifically say that made it sound like it was ego? From what I just told you, I'm really trying to find out what are you hearing that's ego? Is it what you're not hearing, or is it what you are hearing?
It is what I am hearing.
Okay.
None
Can
of
you tell
these
me what I said?
excuses. Yes, none of these excuses make sense, because when I offered about, okay, would it be better to put you on the deed, and would it be considered simping, specifically the question that I asked, would it be considered simping to move into the house and help pay for the rent, you immediately said no. So then that negates your all of your arguments before about not dating this woman to get into the house.
Well,
What?
I don't use the word simping. You brought up the word simping. I'm just saying I don't use that word, so I'm not really clear on how that word means. I don't use it, so I kind of made up a definition. I don't know what the word means, and then
Well,
you tied me to that word when I defined it, and I'm like, it's not even what I want to use anyway.
Well, that is why I did want to know what your thoughts were on the word, but I am not going to like tie you to it. Considering that it is a word that you don't use, it's not a word that I use either, but we can use context, right? And since the term or the verbiage around simping is ever ever in flux, it's always changing. You could have come up with anything, quite frankly. So it is what it is.
I mean, if that was used as a setup as a gotcha or whatever, like to define it, you're like, oh, well, that deflates what you just said earlier. I'm like, well, I don't even use that word. I mean, it could mean anything. Like you said, it could fluctuate. So it could mean something how you want to use it. It could mean something how I want to use it.
Again, you can use context in hearing the word, because you've heard the word before, you've seen it used, you've seen it applied to different scenarios. You can come up with something. You don't have to use the word, but it is what it is. I'm going to leave it right there. I've already held enough of your time and asked questions. Thank you for answering. I'll drop down and let somebody else go.
Thank you, Reese. Orange Bill, would it be useful if I apologize to your wife if she comes back?
No, it's okay.
All right.
Real quick, can I ask you a quick question, real quick, about that? Why do you keep mentioning my wife working overnight? Why do you keep mentioning that?
Oh, what do you mean? I thought that was obvious.
You're like, she works overnight. You said it a couple times. I don't know why. Why do you keep saying that?
Because people keep coming up here like, oh, he is a provider and he wants to take on the bill. And I'm like, no, not really. Not based on what he said.
That's not, a provider doesn't take on all the bills.
Oh,
a breadwinner doesn't take on all the bills.
My bad. That's how I interpreted being the provider. If you are not
sole provider, yes.
Well, I didn't say sole, so maybe I should.
But that's what it would be. That's what it would be.
You're the provider going 50-50?
No, because I make more than my wife. It can't be 50-50.
So you are the provider going how much? What is this? How much are you providing?
It probably is about maybe 80, 90% to 10%, I would say.
Right. Cool, good
for her. I paid prepaid our old car off already.
Period. So that's great then. So, but when I say provider, in my conception, the provider is the one who is making the money, and the person being like you're providing for is the person who is not like out working in the
Gotcha.
traditional sense. So when I say provider, I don't think I have to add soul in there. But when you say you're the provider, that's what I thought. So you're
Gotcha.
not the only provider. You're not the sole provider. You are not the provider. You just provide part of it.
It's not part. It's majority, actually.
I mean, is majority
You
not
said
part?
part. No,
Is
majority is
majority
not
not
part.
part?
Majority is not part. Come on. Part of something is a majority of something are the same things, Demas? Really?
Wait, you're joking, right?
Wait a minute. Are you saying that part of something and majority of something can equate to the same thing?
Wait,
Oh no, here we go with semantics. Here we go.
Okay, can I just say something?
No,
Oh,
absolutely
he
no one can
definitely got to
interrupt
get his point
this.
across.
What do you mean? No,
You said I'm part. I pay part. I'm part of the. I pay part of it. It's
yes.
majority of.
What's the discrepancy?
That's not part. It's majority. What?
Majority is still part of.
Okay. All right.
No, define part.
Part to me is like.
No. I don't care about what part to you mean. What is part?
Part is not majority. Part is maybe like a piece of it, like a quarter of it. A part. It's not majority. Is like
But do you think
over.
part implies an amount, like in and of itself, outside of the whole? Like
Yeah, because it helps to add context when you say those little words like part and whatever. So it's like it's best. Why can't you just make the distinction as majority? Why do you have to say part? Like I'm using majority. I'm just trying to clarify that majority is not part. So it doesn't need to be an argument about it.
I said part and you said no majority, and then you're accusing me of doing semantics. What?
Yeah, but then you no, and that's where it should have stayed. But you was like, no, isn't part not majority? I'm like, no, it's not.
Wait, I say you pay part. You say no, it's majority. Part is not majority, and you think that's where it should have stayed?
Yeah, because I mean, how much do you pay for how much do you pay for your wife? It's majority. So I don't understand the issue. Because it's very hard sometimes to have conversations or engaged or anything. So I mean, I get it why we have these kind of semantic arguments about, remember we had the argument about loyalty in the marriage and loyalty. I'm like, this dude's
Girl,
not even
who's
married.
having an argument? You are arguing with yourself.
I'm just telling you.
I said you pay part of it. You're like, no, I don't pay part. I pay majority. Girl, what?
Yeah, I pay majority. It's not part. I mean, you can. That's what I'm going to. That's what I'm saying. You could just leave it at that. You want to be right and argue about, well, majority is not part. Okay, non-married guy, tell me what it is.
You do know what a whole is, right?
Yeah.
And you do know what part of a whole is, right?
Yes.
And you're saying majority is not part.
No, they're not the same thing. Not to me. Like I said, it's majority provider. Why can't you just say, okay, well, all right, then majority? You're like, no, part of now I gotta get a math, part of
No,
this, part
you're
of
the
that.
one
Just
who said no. You're the one
no,
who said no. No, look, if you had said yes, part, but the part that I pay is the majority, that is different than saying, no, I don't pay part, I pay majority. You are still paying part.
but I'm still paying. So wait a minute. I'm paying majority, not part. Part of what exactly? We don't even have to get to these semantics. It's literally a waste of time. Like I'm trying to move on. I was like, no, I'm just correcting you on the part, and it could just be like that. The guy who's in the marriage is telling you that it's
So you want to
majority, and you're
correct
out.
me? You want to correct me on something, and you don't like. I'm not just confused. Like, it's a funny
I
kind
get
of
it. You should be confused. You're not in it, so I get it.
it's a funny kind of confusion whereby, like, I don't know if you hear yourself.
I'm saying I pay majority, and you're saying no, you pay part because they're
I
both the
never
same
said
thing.
no. I never said no. Don't flip that around. I said you pay part, and you said, no, I don't pay part. Part is not majority. I pay the majority. I don't pay part. I pay majority. Majority is not part. Part is not the same thing as majority. Girl, what? Like actually
Do
what?
you agree with that? Do you agree with that, though?
Agree with what?
That majority and part are not the same thing. In this case of being a provider, well, at least
The
for me.
word majority is included in part. You can make the kind of delineation that you want as to what part you pay. And the part that you pay is the majority. It is still part of the whole.
So there's no difference. So if we just go by what I said, I pay majority of the bills versus I pay part of the bills. There is no difference.
Ask your question again.
Is there a difference between me saying I pay majority of the bills versus I pay part of the bills?
If you say majority of the bill, that's specific. If you say I pay part of the bill, there is a little bit of ambiguity in that we can ask, what part do you pay? And then you can clarify by saying majority. Or
Well,
you
you
can
told
be
me I
more
paid
specific.
part, which was left at that. No clarity. I said, no, I pay majority. And it
Yeah,
should
it
be.
is the no that is the problem there, Orange Bill. It is the no. It is that is not part. Part is not majority. That's the problem. It's not that you pay majority, and majority is more specific. It is that you are angry that I am saying part and majority are, well, majority is included in part.
This is so waste of time. I mean, it's okay, fine. We'll just move on. I mean, I'm not majority's part of majority, sure. Okay.
I mean, you can be upset all you want, but that's preventing introspection. Like,
I'm not upset. It's just like I was like, oh man, here we go with the semantics again.
you started it. You don't get to say, here we go, we're with the semantics again. You are the one who wanted to be semantically precise.
Well, somebody was there ready to talk. You were like, oh no, I gotta get this in. Somebody else is about to talk, and that would have been the end of it. You're like, oh no, we ain't stopping there. I gotta argue about this.
So what you wanted was for you to not be called out on being wrong?
So I'm wrong about what?
That part, you paying part majority is not you paying part.
I'm wrong about.
I'm not gonna let this go. For people who are
Of course not. That's not how he does.
No, I'm definitely not gonna let this go. I think we are better than this. And if it takes me going back and forth, not to teach you specifically, but other men who are watching, then of course I'm going to do it. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm not going to let this go. This is too remedial for me to let go. I'm not going to sit here and just say, oh, you know what? No. You were wrong, and you were loud, and you were obnoxious with it. So yes, you get to sit here and know that you were wrong. You don't get to gaslight me and the entire chat into talking about some foolishness about semantics when you are the one who came up here wrong and can sit in the fact that you were wrong. The ego with which you speak is absolutely absurd for someone who knows so little, even in terms of words. Like, you sat here, you called me out to say, oh, you are wrong. I don't pay part. I pay majority. Majority and part are not the same thing. No, it is the same thing. It is the same thing, or at least.
What's the definition of majority and part? What's the definition of majority and part?
Included in the other.
What's the definition of majority and what's the definition of part, Themis?
Read the definition of majority for me.
Okay. Because
Read
this
it.
is like a waste of time. A great number, the great number. That's what it says here.
No, read a definition that applies to the context.
Okay. The greater part or number, the number larger than half the total. Let's say part of something.
All right, wait, go ahead, read it again.
The greater part or number, the number larger than half the total.
Can you read that again?
The greater part or number, the number larger than half the total. Now I'm not reading it again.
That's the majority. Did you hear the word part in that definition?
You said what?
Did you hear the word part in that definition?
Yep, the greater part or number, the greater part or number, the number larger than half the total. Let me read part of something. It says something that is less than the whole. Then that's the part, piece, portion, segment, fraction, fragment refers to something that is less than the whole.
So the word
part is the general word, part of a house.
Wait. So the word part is all through the definition for someone asked, how is this moving the conversation forward?
I don't know.
No, it's moving the conversation forward because what I'm trying to have us do is be better about communication. It's simple. If you don't like the thought of the live stream, you can log off. I am not about to sit here again and explain on a live stream. Wait, let me do this. I'll come back to you. Let me address people who are upset. This live stream, if you read the title and go back to the front, is about reasoning. We are critiquing and explaining how people reason and have a logical conclusion follow from correct premise. Language is of the utmost importance. I am sorry if that is somehow missing in the context. I'm sorry if you didn't understand that, if you came in late, but in the beginning of this, we did an entire portion of the conversation where we're talking about reasoning. Literally, that this conversation is about reasoning. So how does it move the conversation forward is about how you reason. Part of how you reason is knowing what words mean that you are using. So yes, it is part of it. This is actually quite obviously in line with what we're doing. So for the person who just told me I am doing too much, quote unquote, that bothers me only because I don't mind being dragged. That bothers me only because the entirety of this live stream is about reasoning. Literally, if you thought this was about me convincing Orange Pill that he needed to get a woman with a home, you have completely missed the point. This is not about me trying to convince him anything. It is about whether or not people can learn to actually engage in rational thinking and be able to reason, right? So that's what this is about. That's what it's about. So I am sorry. I don't know who you are, male or female. I don't appreciate that you don't understand what the live stream is about and then decided to throw your hat in the ring. Like, don't do that. Don't do that. All right. So you understand why you were wrong based on the definition you just read?
Nope.
You don't understand how part intrinsic in majority is the part?
No, because you're saying that I'm wrong because part is in the definition of majority, right? It means part, but part by itself doesn't necessarily mean majority. So it's like it's a word inside the definition doesn't mean that that's the definition of the word.
So you don't understand how intrinsic in majority of something you're doing part of that thing. So if I'm paying for part of the bill, you don't understand how I can be paying for part of the bill while also paying for that part being the majority.
Nope, because actually a majority, it says the greater part, not the part. So just because it has the word part in it doesn't mean that it's the same thing. All right, come on, man. Jeez. It's like you're really wasting.
Man, oh my God, I'm hot. I'm like sweating. Girl, these are the conversations we're having, and we're talking about beating white supremacy. I cannot. Yo, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do at this point? Like I feel like at this point we can just end the conversation. I feel like
A good
right,
cry,
I'm doing
Themis.
a
You
lot.
need a good cry tonight.
I am doing a lot. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I am wrong. Someone with more sense than me who is on the stage, you may speak.
Well, I was just gonna say when you, it's clear that a majority is not the whole, so it's not all. So naturally, by default, it would be part. That's it.
Wait, Orange Pill, do you understand that?
I mean, that's not what the definition says. She said by default. I don't know what that means.
So if the majority is not all, right? If majority is not all, then by that, if it's not all, then it's naturally a part. It's just a part of. And so I guess another thing you may have been turned off by is that generally speaking.
Wait. No. We're not. I know part of this is also that people want me to move on, so I'm not going to do it. Do you understand that, Orange
No.
Pill?
I don't think you should move on. I just feel like he's confused about the idea of a provider. Everyone knows that when someone says, hey, I'm a provider, they are taking on all of financial responsibility. You clearly stated your wife or your significant other takes on 10%, you take on 90%, which isn't by definition the majority, but it's still not the all, which means that you are not the provider. You both are contributing to the household.
What is a provider? What is a provider man by definition?
I think you should have asked Themis that in the beginning before you went to this whole degree of.
I did. We did talk about what a provider is. I corrected him on what a provider is. I'm asking you.
Okay, so when people, unless they defined it for me, I'm be honest, when someone says that I'm the provider in my household, I automatically assume, like I think most people will assume, they take on all financial responsibility in that household.
All right.
I don't know.
Ego.
No.
This is actually ego based.
So you believe then, Orange Pill, there is a difference between provider and the breadwinner?
No, I think there's a difference between provider and sole provider.
No. I didn't ask you that. So you think a provider and a breadwinner is the same thing?
Yes.
Great. I knew you thought I was tricking you, so that's why you would say yes. Can you now read the definition for breadwinner?
Yep, a person who earns money to support a family.
Gotcha. Are you the breadwinner in your family?
Yes.
All right. So your wife going out and working is not providing, earning money to support her family at all.
It is.
So if she's supporting her family, she's also the breadwinner.
Yes, she is. I guess by that definition. So
you are not the breadwinner for your family then. The family for you and your wife are only two people currently.
Yes, it's just us two.
Exactly. Now, I'm going to go back to the whole point that we're talking about, part and whole and majority. Are you actually saying, y'all are both providers, I don't care. I don't, 50-50 relationship or 90-10 relationship, whatever you want to do, you can structure it. Mine is never that. My problem is not that. My problem with you ultimately is the fact that you are going to sit here and try to convince us. I hope you're trying to convince us, and I hope you don't actually not know this, that you don't understand how intrinsic in or under the umbrella of part is majority. like if there's a majority and a minority in terms of part, they're both a part of the whole. Do you understand that? When I say part of the Supreme Court voted, a majority of the Supreme Court voted to overturn Roe v. Wade, it's still a part of the Supreme Court that did that, not the entire Supreme Court. You get that, right?
So just to be clear, when somebody says majority of the Supreme Court voted for something, and somebody says a part of the Supreme Court voted for something, everybody's going to know that means the same thing.
What do you mean?
Because a part is in the majority.
No, a majority is in the part. Like, I don't know what you're not getting.
You said so. You're saying there's no distinction between there's a majority of something and a part.
Let me ask you a question. If I say 7 people of the Supreme Court voted to overturn something, would you say that's all of the Supreme Court?
No, that's not all the Supreme Court.
Would you say it's a part of the Supreme Court?
I would say that's majority of the Supreme Court.
No, but is it a part of the Supreme Court?
Yes.
Okay, and is it majority of the Supreme Court?
It is majority of the Supreme Court.
All right, so it is both majority and a part of the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
You get it now?
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
All right, let's continue. Everyone, y'all gonna get 30 seconds because that drained me. Kenny, go ahead. You're muted, Kenny.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't really have much to say. I feel like the lady said it. You know, I really appreciate you trying to explain that you weren't trying to change his mind, because I was getting kind of frustrated watching, and I actually stopped for a second. But,
yeah, no, I think I'm glad you said that. Like, that would be very frustrating. And I realize that, like, I've spent so much time trying to change people's mind, and I am not God. I can't change people's minds. So that's literally, I needed to. I literally needed to clarify that. And this exercise was hopefully an exercise in explaining logical reasoning and being able to break it down and seeing it in real time. So I wanted it to be monotonous, obviously, but still fun and be able to go through it. But I think people confuse this still as me trying to move the conversation forward in terms of what he believes, when it's like, no, I'm trying to teach someone how, not Orange Pill, but people who care, how to engage in logical reasoning. Like that's it. So definitions matter. But yeah, I appreciate that, Kenny. Sunny Side.
I'm actually mad at you.
Yeah, drag me.
No, I came out here. I was going to talk about real estate because I've been in real estate a long time, and you brought it back to definitions and understanding and reading and comprehension. And I did not plan to do that. I mean, you actually brought up the fact that it was about ego, because you could have said fraction, same difference, part. He'd have been offended by the word fraction because it wasn't all of it. Fraction can be all, but fraction mean part too. The words you use offends people who don't understand the words you use. You kind of ruined my whole idea of stepping into real estate, because I wanted to ask a question about real estate. And now it's all about, fractions and, parts and wholes and decimals. And I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you. I'm all the way mad at you, all the way.
No, you're fine. No. We're gonna have a real estate sort of live stream where people come and talk about real estate, because I do think it's important. So look out for that. I might announce it on the community tab so I can get people to sign up who will be a part of that panel. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm like, I was going to go into. I've never heard somebody use real estate as debt, like not reasonable. Like, I mean,
Yeah. No, I get you.
I'm going to go on that, but y'all went to words and reading and understanding, reading and context clues, and I'm like, what's happening? I want to talk about real estate. Now we're on fractions. So then you
to be fair, though, you can be mad at me for that, but I can be mad at you for thinking this was a real estate live.
Well, he made it one. He made it one, and you took it away.
We were using real estate, but it's ultimately about reasoning.
It was
the live stream was about
so
reasoning, which is why.
About real estate.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that so many people showed up because literally I was talking about reasoning. Like I didn't think anyone would be here.
People aren't reasonable, so they don't know what part and fraction means. I mean, yeah, they came here not knowing what you talk about. So yeah, of course they come here not knowing what you talk about. But come on now. I mean, literally, if a house is a debt, then what is a car? A vehicle is the most risky debt to put out there. Would you tell your daughter and son not to get a car? That's the most risky debt you get. That's the most debt you get where you actually lose more time than not. And people don't say don't get a car.
Y'all can be mad, but y'all already know this is getting clipped. And I'm going to be posting shorts because I don't know how to use a short feature on my YouTube. So I just be putting anything up there. So y'all going to be mad for the rest of the week because I'm about to clip some of this and put it up there and on YouTube Shorts. So it is what it is. But Sunny, thank you, and look out for the community tab. It might be next month, late next month. We do the sort of real estate live.
Unless you bring up fractions, then we're kind of out of luck then.
Period. Orlis, go ahead.
Oh yeah. So first off, I just want to say when some things I knew you were talking about reasoning and logic, and so I got a little bit confused when it started to get so heavy into the real estate situation. I feel like we took a pivot there for quite a bit and we rested there, and I think it had a lot to do with people just trying to understand like the orange pill's more or less reasoning for why he had the ideologies that he had behind if a significant other or person he was courting had a home or not. So I understand that piece and how that kind of fell into the overall theme. My thing about conversations that I feel like we don't honestly be having sometimes here.
One second. No, this live is going to stay up. I will clip from it though, but it's going to be up. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I feel like sometimes we don't have like real honest conversations. I don't care what no one says, a debt is a debt, right? A debt can be a tool like a house, right? You can actually use the equity in your house and invest it in other things. Car is honestly is really, yeah, that is totally a liability. It's not an asset. It can't be transferred into an asset unless you sell it for more than what it is, which is unlikely because it loses value as soon as you drive it off. But sometimes I feel like we don't have those honest conversations. Like even with the education thing, I was one of the people that was very kind of like, yeah, can we talk about this for education? And I really liked the last live we did because I really like everyone's stories and everything and how people talked about their different paths. I think it gave a total different or a full range of people's different experiences getting to where they are now and education. But I don't feel like it kind of touched on the things that I kind of hope that people were going to kind of touch on, which I'm hoping after you do the guys version, should you revisit education, people kind of talk about like, hey, did you deal with debt? How did you leverage your degree to actually get out of debt? I think that helps a lot of people because I hate to say it. When you go to school, your degree, how much money you make immediately after you graduate and earn your degree is highly impacted on that type of degree that you get. Now, so that doesn't mean people with liberal arts majors.
I don't understand. Why do you hate to say that? That's like a fact.
What do you mean?
That's a fact. The kind of degree you make will sort of indicate the amount of money you're going to make. I mean, that's
because sometimes I feel like some people don't understand that. So even though like somebody had mentioned, like liberal arts, first off, I don't necessarily agree with that. Liberal arts people, a lot of CEOs, directors of nonprofits have liberal arts degrees. Okay. Yeah. But they had to make a lot of changes. They had to do a lot of pivots to get into their role. when I feel like
No,
kind of
no,
disgusting.
no. I don't think you blame that on the degree. I know a lot of attorneys doing a lot of different things.
Oh
So
no, I'm not saying that's blaming it on the degree. I'm not blaming it on the degree, but I think it's a reality that's not talked about, right? Like you wouldn't get a liberal arts degree and tell someone to stick with the same company until they retire. Not if you're trying to make a certain amount of income. A lot of
no, I
people.
mean, again, there are some companies, I know of one that I won't say, that like don't actually care what the degree is in because they're pushing education. So I do take your point, and I don't know, I don't think you should feel bad about saying the kind of degree you get matters. I agree. But you should be, to the extent it is necessary and you can get it, be getting your degree, particularly if you're working in corporate America.
Yeah, that's if you're working in corporate America, but there are some jobs that honestly, unfortunately, don't make a lot. Like if you're in education, unless you're a principal or administrator, you're not making a lot of money in
Yeah,
that.
but
Um,
you
but
need an
like it's kind
education
of
for
like
that.
things like that I would
No,
want to like.
but you
Mhm.
need an education for that, and a lot of people go into those things for passion. The reason I'm even pushing back at all is I think there is an undertone of like not wanting, like there's a pushback, and if you want to push back against education generally, you can. I just don't want it to be like passive. Just do it.
Oh
So
no,
I
no, no!
can
I'm
know
not
where you're
pushing
coming
back
from.
for education. I think people should get their degrees should get their degrees irrespective. I mean, honestly, to be if you're a person who identifies as Black, I feel like there really should be no excuse for you not to get your degree just because historically it's been denied from us. So if you have the opportunity to get it, you should get it, whether you feel like it's beneficial to you or not. In which case, I could rarely see why it would not be beneficial. However, I think there's like true realities that is a part of education that's often just not spoken of, right? So people talk about debt. A big thing people have a fear of when they think about education is debt. First off, when I went to school, I had a full scholarship. I understand that's not everyone's reality, right? Um, and I heard of people doing their, masters and also doctorate degrees and they didn't pay. But kind of understanding and helping people with ropes on how did they pivot that. So when they had minimum or little debt, and then also when it came to their careers, like people that are making a significant amount of money, what did you do to get there? And networking was one of the big things that were taught there. I feel like if you take anything outside of just a degree from your education system or experience, it should be the network. That's a huge component.
Yeah.
But I was just speaking on that thing. And so I kind of want to like, if you do decide to revisit that after you do, after the gentlemen have their chance to be in the spotlight or what have you, to like kind of talking more about that. And then also the real estate one is something I'm excited about because I feel like, again, the real estate or having a home could be a huge like investment, a financial tool. But also if you make the wrong decisions or you don't do a lot of research, it can actually be it could be a debt. It could be almost like an anchor if you don't play your cards right. So kind of like weighing out both of those. That's all.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lolly, go ahead.
Hi, Themis. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Great. Thank you, Themis.
Wait, before you go, everyone, the panel is closed. We will not, there is no one else being added. I completely forgot this was Tuesday and not not a Friday. Absolutely not. Go ahead.
Well, yes, Themis, I shall honor your wishes. I have no questions nor comments for Orange Pill, just some observations that I would like to share with you and the thoughts in the chat, if that is all right.
Go ahead.
Yes. Well, yeah, Themis. So interestingly, well, first of all, thank you for your laugh, Themis. That always brings my heart joy. So I appreciate that and whatever, whatever brings it about. But yeah, for one interesting thing, and you probably already know this, but just giving some context to my comment, in economics and a lot of social sciences too, we have the concept of signaling, right? So you're letting people know something about you without explicitly saying it. So for example, driving a BMW or having a Gucci purse or things like that, or even the things you complain about, right? Like, oh, my kid's private school is so expensive as a form of signaling, things like that, letting people know who you are without saying it. So I've observed Orange Pill on a few interactions to date. And so the two things that he seems to signal about the most are he brings up being married and he brings up his job. He doesn't elaborate on the quality of either of those things. He just signals that he is a member of those two groups, so to speak. But in addition to those two characteristics, it was really interesting on the most recent live stream about education. He was trolling pretty heavily throughout the discussion, it seemed, and didn't have anything positive to contribute. And I was like, okay, that's odd. And then I was very thrown by his upset at his hypothetical daughter's $400,000 salary. So I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. These are both positive things, right? People talking about being educated and your daughter making $400,000 a year. And so, again, this is just my armchair observation, but he seems, based on the things he signals about in his reactions, I get the sense that he comes from a group where being married and having a job are two things you would signal about, right? So these are things that he's very proud of. But although he's achieved these things and they're good, I think he's uncomfortable that he's come into a space thinking that he had reached the pinnacle, right? He's married and he has a job, and little by little, he's coming to the realization that those are, while positive things, those are very normal things, and there's still room for growth. And I don't think he knows how to process that information in a helpful and non-condescending way. So that was just an observation that I had.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, he did keep asking me about my wife, as if my wife will be on when the camera is off.
Rebecca sounds amazing, Seamus.
Hey, sorry I had to go, got work, paying majority of the bills and all. But definitely learned a lot, Themis and friends, about equity. All right, well, I'm glad you learned a lot. That is $19. Now, you know you could have added that $19 to your part of the rent, but okay. I'm kidding.
Shade, Themis. Shade.
Sorry. Thank you, Lolly. Kay, wait, before you go, Kay, Orange, Prince Petty, can I put something that you put in the thing on the screen?
Yes, sir. That's why I'm up here.
All right. Explain yourself, Betty.
Well, see, on the right there with Patrick, you see Orange Pill. And as you can see, we're saying to him that this is a pardon. He agrees. So we're also saying it's also a majority. He agrees with that as well. And so we say that majority is included in the part. And he says that makes sense to me. So we say to him, you pay a part of the bills. And he says, no, I don't. I pay a majority. I feel like at some point the mark was missed up here today. And that upset me enough to make this meme.
I literally cannot hate you anymore. How you already made that meme in like less than 5 seconds? Why are you like this?
You know I don't have a job or anything.
I thought you were a janitor.
Well, work is scarce right now.
Wait, I hope Orange Pill is not asking me to private this, because this is not getting that clip about pardon hole is definitely getting clipped. Absolutely. I didn't waste my time up here. Absolutely not. I appreciate this. I really loved this meme. Wait, before you go, let's get through everyone and then come back to you, Betty. Kay.
Hi, Themis. Hi, panel. How are you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm okay. Orange Pill, I don't think he has a deficit in understanding what you guys are talking about. He knows exactly what is going on. And I think he has a hard time accepting that the world, not just the United States, quote unquote, Black women, we're moving to a more egalitarian society. And he's having a hard time accepting that. And what made me realize that, because I thought maybe it was him and another woman or being with a wife or something like that. But when he said his daughter needed to go by those same standards, that's what made me realize he's afraid of moving to an egalitarian way of life. He knows everything the realtors are talking about. He keeps the conversation going. He's gaslighting and lying. He knows exactly what everybody is saying. Orange Pill like Tarzan and Jane, or Mufasa and the Lion King scenario.
The thing is, I actually don't agree. I think he catches on, but he finds himself. So initially, no, he didn't understand, but I think he suffers from what a lot of people suffers from. Thankfully, I don't suffer from this. Where if you are wrong and you're caught being wrong, you feel like you have to double down, and so there's no space for you to correct self.
But what do you think about what he said about his daughter, though? How he was fighting you on that?
I think he saw a red herring opportunity and took it. He wanted to. I think he wanted to sort of move the conversation away. And I know this because even with the part and the whole, like he's the one who brought it up and then blamed me for semantics. And so he was like, can we just move on? And I think, I mean, it makes sense, right? When we're wrong and obviously wrong, and maybe even on a platform where other people are looking, it's very difficult to admit that you're wrong or to be pressured when you're wrong. And I think for him, it would feel safer to just move on as opposed to addressing him being wrong.
Okay, Themis.
No, I don't know. I mean, this is all me making up theories, right? Like, I don't know. But like you can, I think your observation could be correct also, but the truth is I don't really know, but it feels very familiar to, he said, making me sound like a narcissist. Look, I didn't make you sound like anything. I feel like you know what you know. But go ahead, sorry. I'll let you.
I still stand on, I think he knows everything that we're talking about. And he's just trying, like he's trying to debate the fact, like he's trying to win the argument. He accuses you of trying to win the argument with poking holes in his opinion, and he's doing the same thing to you. I mean, that's what I see.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's what I see, but I'm obviously gonna see that because like it's me. But I agree with you, but I don't know if he fully understands. But if you believe that, that's you're giving him credit in a very small way, dragging but giving credit. So
How am I giving him credit? Please let me know so I won't ever do that again.
No, not in a bad way. It's still a drag, right? But it's you're assigning intellect where I wouldn't.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna stand on that. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna stand on. I don't think he's completely naive of what he's saying, and also I also believe we live in a time when you what is that word that they trigger?
Yeah.
I think he's a little trigger happy with his words too.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think he says things and then now has to defend it as opposed to be like, hey, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have said it that way.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna let everybody else talk. Thank you, Themis. I got jury duty in the morning with an awesome court case. I hope I can talk to you about it one day.
No, you probably can. You're gonna be.
It's a good one. It's well known in Atlanta with rappers.
Wait, you can't tell me that.
All right, I got it. Good night.
Good night. Good luck.
Bye.
Bye. Not Paris. Go ahead. Also, for people in the Discord listening, on the last live with Orange Pill, I do need to find this clip. I was trying to find it where I asked if he had a home, and he said he was looking into buying a home. I hope, because I remember I was trying to look for that while I'm here. I haven't forgotten. But Paris.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
So these are okay. So yeah, it was very frustrating with the dialogue, the exchange that you had with Orange Pill. I agree with the last caller where he's not he's not oblivious. Unfortunately, I don't know if you've seen that think piece or a video that somebody made that black men are the white people of black people. But I've seen like, because it's like, it's happening, racism is happening, they don't see it. It's like a black person trying to explain to white people or other races racism, and they're oblivious to it, quote unquote. It's like the same thing when it comes to misogyny and the treatment of women when it comes to black men. It's like it's a unicorn, they never seen it. But the issue is they either knowingly or unknowingly are too invested in white supremacy, thinking that they'll get a residual payoff of patriarchy. And unfortunately, that's why you hear the ideas of the traditional, you know, Judeo-Christian white supremacist views of the wife sits at the house, I make all the rules, I make all the money and all this type of stuff. But the problem is you have to pay the cost to be the boss. And unfortunately, a lot of them are not willing to do it. That's why he's getting into the semantics, because he knows to play on that man, quote unquote, that man's game, the white man's game. You're supposed to be the sole provider. Like you said, the flex with men with prestige and money is, yeah, my wife was making $200,000 a year and I told her, sit your butt at home, and she did it. She sacrificed this for me. She could have done this, but it was a choice. And unfortunately, again, they're thinking they're getting a payoff, but it's literally like, we should start calling these dudes Jim Crow, because everything that Jim Crow laws were doing about black people is like black men have aligned themselves with it. They don't want you to have property. They don't want you to be able to live in certain neighborhoods, have certain jobs. As a woman, they're treating us like Jim Crow South did to black people. It's literally line by line. Everything that they didn't want black people to do, they're doing to women now.
It's interesting on the provider line, because I let it go because I was tired already. But like when it comes to the provider, the fact that we're going to sit up here and pretend like we don't know, when you say you're the provider, what that means when your wife is working overnight.
And he was really acting like he was oblivious, like he didn't know what kind of shade you were throwing. And yeah, it's a real shade, because you can't sit and say you're traditional, you're the provider and this and that. No.
You're not going to convince me that the provider is not the one who provides. There is no way you're going to convince me that the provider is not the one who provides. So it does not make sense. So if you're the financial provider, then you provide financially. Like, I'm not going to sit here. Like, I wasn't going to go back and forth, because that actually could be a semantic discussion where he could engage in intellectual dishonesty and pretend like when we say provider, we don't understand as a culture what that means. And when we say you can't be a provider in the way that the 1950s, we imagine the 1950s to be, not even in black communities, but white, and not all white communities, but the middle class white community and upper middle class. If we are saying we don't know who the provider is and what that sort of means in terms of the conversation about a heterosexual relationship, man, woman, marriage, I'm not about to do that. I'm not. No, I was about to do the part and someone said improper fraction to black men.
Right, but think of it this way too, Themis. Back in the day where women didn't have rights, your prestige as a man, your job, all of that, when you had to go to another man to ask for his daughter's hand in marriage as a man, and even in other countries where it was in Africa and all that stuff, where they paid dowries, and other cultures like India, Muslim countries, stuff like that, your ability as a man in a man's world, under man's provisions and rules of how they deal and what means something to them as men, dictates what kind of woman you qualify for. Period. You don't have a certain level of prestige, money, etc., you don't qualify for that type of woman. But now that more women are able to provide for themselves, we're looking and saying, okay, so realistically speaking, from slavery, even before then, Black women have always worked. So the whole women supposed to be in the kitchen, this and that. No, we've always worked. So stop saying that. They need to stop saying that. You didn't protect us in slavery. We had to fight with y'all to get out of it. We had to fight with you guys for civil rights, etc. The same rights that you use to leverage over us to help white women and to be with them, right? We've always worked. We've always had to pull ourselves up by quote unquote our bootstraps and everything else. The resilience of us, the reason why we even exist, even with a little bit of semblance of a community, is because of the women, because the men have always wanted to escape Blackness because it's always been negative. So for them, they're like, if only I can get in Master's house. If only I can
Wait,
be
let me
with them.
stop you there because that's not fair. On Friday, we are going to hear what the men's are doing and have been doing. So
I can tell you what they've been doing if they
nope,
have any
no.
semblance of
You
success.
can't. You can't. They're gonna tell.
Let's do a bet.
All right, I bet
Let
you.
people in the chat. This is what it is. The people up there that ask them what their wife look like if they're even married, because again, like Sinji always says, Black men are the only race of men where the more money they get, they don't have a tendency to even want to get married anymore. And if they do, the person's biracial or white. And
All right.
unfortunately,
Wait. You can't get into reading these men because these men should have the opportunity to explain how they're doing financially, academically. Like, we're going to celebrate the men's on Friday.
we're gonna see. I can tell you this as someone who is light skinned, which I hate this whole biracial thing that's happening now. I am not biracial. I have two Black parents. They're both brown skinned. My grandmother was just really light. So we came out light. And then I have freckles, which is another thing. So you're not Black, you got freckles. And I'm like, whatever. But anyways, men will try to flock to me thinking that I'm the same way, but they find out very quickly it is not that way over here. You're not going to step over a brown skinned, dark skinned girl to come get to me. It don't work like that. And usually when I do date men, they always date Black women. And usually I'm the first, even other than looking just undeniably Black woman they've ever dated, because I don't deal with the fetishism. If you're always talking about my skin tone, I don't want to talk to you. If you're excited because of certain, I don't even want to deal with you.
Look, someone said I should bring a lie detector on Friday. These men are not going to come. Thank you, Paris, by the way. Kind of joking, kind of not, because on Friday we are going to hear.
We're going to drag.
No, we're going to listen intently to what the men have to provide. They said bring a lie detector.
Can we submit questions to you? Because I feel like we need to vet these Black men, Themis. I feel like there needs to be a list. What do you do? Age, what kind of lifestyle you have? Are you married or not? And see if we have a trend. Because I'm telling you.
No, we're gonna celebrate these men, and there's nothing we're gonna do to stop the celebration on Friday, where men can come up and tell us, I am a nurse. I've been a nurse for this long. I have my home, all of that stuff. Like, I'm here for all of it.
Not educated lames that are mad at Black women.
We are going to hear it all. We'll see if all the high value men congregate over here. So period. We'll see.
Good night.
Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you, by the way. K2.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, how are you?
I'm well. So I just wanted to say to the ladies, I think that you guys are missing the true beauty of this entire conversation. Kind of getting.
Let them know.
So yeah, we're getting caught up in like the real estate part of it. We're getting caught up in the state of his relationship, the daughter scenario. It's not really about that. The moral of the story is you cannot reason with someone that doesn't have like logic, that basically you can give them facts and they refuse to acknowledge the facts. You can tell them a whole number is, I mean, you learn a whole number in what, fifth grade, when you're adding, subtracting, multiplying, dividing. Like 99.99 is still part of 100. So I think you guys are missing that the whole purpose of this is to see that you cannot reason with these type of people, and you should just let it go.
Let it go. Period. I wish I could sing that right now. Thank you. Beautifully said. Mango Woman, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with what she said. I came on thinking the live was gonna be, because I think, I don't know if mistaken if I read it wrong, that the men are lonely. So I was like, oh, okay, so maybe the men are gonna talk about like what they
Nope,
working on and
that's
stuff.
definitely not the title of the live stream. That is definitely not the title of this
And
live
then
stream. The
that was
men,
not it. That okay. Yeah.
the
And I was
title is
watching.
it says, are we just too hard on the Shmenz logical
Uh,
reasoning?
I must have read more into it.
Is
Definitely.
it all just too much? And again, it's about logical reasoning.
Logical reasoning. Well, I don't think we got that far.
No, we definitely did. That's how I opened the live stream.
Yeah. I mean, with Orange Pill, did we logic our way to an understanding?
I definitely put out the framework for logical reasoning. I don't think he cared to learn it, even though he was on here and I tried to like use him as an example.
Okay. Well, I just find the whole conversation disappointing, especially if he's somebody who's a nurse who is hopefully moving up in the world, that's going to have the ability to be able to get his account going for his children, but willfully choosing not to. It's a setup. To me, it's just very disappointing. That's all I can say.
Thank you.
Yeah, very disappointing. I don't know if I could speak on the education part and that the lady said, but that's your call.
Wait, what?
The lady that was saying that, not going to school and based on the degree you get and the debt and all of that stuff. I
Yeah,
wanted
no,
to
no,
speak
no.
on that
That's
also,
fine.
but that's
Yeah, we
fine.
don't have to.
Okay.
Someone said, Themis, just give us another hour. No, I don't have another hour in me.
No.
I completely forgot I have to go rest for tomorrow. Prince
Yeah.
Betty, you're the last. Thank you,
That's all.
Mango Woman, and
Thank
congrats
you.
on the pink pill course.
Oh, I'm waiting on your email.
Yeah,
Very
no,
appreciative.
I'll be emailing the pink pill your email.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yay.
Bye. All right, Orange Pill. I'm gonna need you to stop trolling the chat and stop trolling us. That's what I'm going to need. You're muted, by the way. Let it go like Elsa.
Good evening.
Good evening.
First of all, congrats to Mango Woman for the pink pill program. I do believe it was rigged, but I'll hold my tongue.
You put up a good fight.
Thank you. Orange Pill has made a claim tonight that he's made several times before, that you are unreasonable because you're unwilling to yield on arguments at times. But the argument is like, he says water is wet, and you're like, no, he says water is not wet, and you're like, no, water is wet, and you're unwilling to budge because water is wet. And there's this back and forth, and eventually he's like, can't we just drop this argument? And it's like, no, we can't. Water is not dry. This is not up for debate, or at least it shouldn't be. And his unwillingness today to admit that water is wet, to me, confirmed that he does exactly what he claims you do, because he has this inability to let go of the argument even when he's wrong.
Yep.
I also understand the frustration that you or the audience may feel when it comes to teaching 40 to 50-year-old men elementary school level concepts like fractions. Mind you, these are men who claim to have college level education and like to be very established men, which I'm questioning due to the type of conversation they engage in. My parents raised me up in such a way where I feel like you should be buying a house sooner than later. Paying rent is essentially giving up something like 10,000 a year, depending on where you live, versus buying a property that, as everybody has said today, generally appreciates in value and is a valuable asset that you can even rent out to make back your money. So it comes off as he's saying it's a logical reason. I don't want to assume debt, but it seems very illogical when we think about what a house is and what it can be used as. Other than that, he said it's too much work to be having these type of conversation with a woman while he's dating when he can just find a woman without a house. And again, to me, that seems like a very easy conversation to have that he says he wants to avoid. Keep in mind, the conversation is, hey, would you be willing in the future to maybe sell the house and look for a new house together, or maybe just buy a new house if we have the funds? Or, I mean, that's the same conversation I would think you would have with a woman, regardless of if she's living in an apartment or not. So I don't know why there was need to be distinction there, unless again he does not know what a house is.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm actually calling you out for this because everyone came up and kind of dragged me a little, so I'm going to drag you a little bit here. I've gotten the critique that I don't let men speak, and now I think the new critique is that I'm letting the wrong men speak. And the critique was I don't let men speak enough, and now I let them speak a lot. Like today's live stream was sponsored by Orange Pill. Like at some point we have to admit the truth, and a lot of these people have nothing to say.
I've begged you to let the men speak for a long time, and every time you do, I regret it. So I'm gonna just stop asking.
Well, stop. It's now delivered. I am now not like at first when I used to talk to the men who came on, I used to get disappointed. I used to get sad, and I would be really exhausted afterwards because I was like, is this really a reflection of me? And also, is this where we are in our community? And like, why am I not doing enough to help change it? How could I have made that person sounded better? Was I wrong for engaging in that way? Did I ask the right question? Why did I ask so many questions? And then I go on this weird spiral of feeling like I did something wrong. So I would like private the stream, but also out of care for the other person. Now, like I mean, at least with Orange Pill, I don't feel that same sense because I think when people come with that kind of bravado, like to be fair, I'm a soft, weak ass person, and I did say the word ASS just now. I'm learning. The reason is very simple. If Orange Pill did have my number, which thankfully he doesn't, and he called me and he was like, yo, I'm sorry, I would actually take the live down. And I don't know why this is like, I am unable to like just let it go. Like, I said, your statement is going to stay out on the internet. Then I'm going to let it stay out on the internet. But I can't do that. I can't do that. And my Vanessa called me. I don't like saying the word ass, so I'm not gonna do it again. But Vanessa called me a weak AS person for not being able to leave my videos up. So that is who I am. Apparently, just weak.
Well,
Thank
if
you.
Vanessa said it. Well, if Vanessa said it, I won't argue.
Vanessa says a lot of things that's not okay.
Other than that, I don't think I have anything to add except as a person who's currently unemployed waiting for janitorial work to open up, Orange Pill do not have a job. It ain't no way you have time to twerk in the chat this much. And I know that because I do all day.
Yeah. Uppity said it's not weak, it's considerate. That's what I tell myself, Uppity. That is literally what I tell myself. Get Orange Pill a suit. It will help him understand finance. And yo, Orange Pill, you need to go to the standard. If you want to learn this, go to the standard. Go to the standard and buy a suit. It is threaded. It is it is threaded with success, so you'll be able to learn. No, I love Vanessa, but she's one person in my life who will drag me night and day to make sure that I remember humility. And she called me a weak A person because she wants me to keep these live streams up instead of keep removing them. Anywho, thank you all. That was my first time cursing on live stream, so you're welcome. Why am I like this? I do appreciate you. Thank you, Petty, for that beautiful meme. Let me put it on the screen one more time. I think that was very well done. The fact that you did that so quickly, I think, is amazing. And yes, Hafiz need to run me my check.
This feels like community tab worthy meme. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there.
You're right. Actually, I'm going to throw this up in my community tab right now. You're right. You did that. Do you want credit for it, or should I pretend like I did it?
I don't care.
Oh, all right. I'm going to do it. Thank you. I appreciate this. Have a good night, guys.
Good night.